Everybody ready? Okay. Call this meeting to order. Call this meeting to order. San Francisco Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, August 3rd, 4 p.m. Please call the roll.
On the call of the roll, Member Eldon.
Present.
Eldon present. Member Josh Wolf.
Present.
Wolf present. Member Copra. Copra absent. Member Tesfa.
Present.
Tesfa present. Member Moss.
Present.
Moss present. Member Kanata.
Present.
Kanata present. Member Fisher. Fisher absent. Member Hinsey.
Present.
Hinsey present. Vice Chair Hyland. Hyland
Excused.
Hyland excused. Chair Wolf.
Here, present.
Wolf present. We do have a quorum today, and just to inform the task force, Member Fisher did call and informed us that she would be here by 5 o'clock due to a scheduling conflict at work. I do not have any agenda changes today.
Okay. Anybody else? Any agenda adjustments?
I just had a question. There were two items that you meant to be hearing together today. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so in here it says 5 and 6, but it seemed like what you meant was 7 and 8.
That's correct.
Yes,
Okay.
that was my error.
I just want to make sure that I understand. It's
Okay,
there.
so let's amend that for the record. Want to make the motion?
I move to change. How should I phrase this? So it says items number 7 and 8 instead of items number 5 and 6.
And that's
The file numbers are the same. It's just the item numbers.
This is on page 2 of the agenda between items 6 and 7.
Yes, originally it stated the chair intends to call in here items number, I believe, 5 and 6 together, and it should be amended to read the chair intends to call in here items numbers 7 and 8 together. The file number reference does not change.
Correct. Okay. Any comment? Somebody second this?
Second.
Okay, so moved by Moss, second by Tesfaye.
Hindi. I think.
Yes, Fiona.
Yep.
Member
I
Hinsey.
think you had the wrong.
Sorry?
I think you just had the wrong name when you said who seconded.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
No problem.
Public comment on the agenda.
Peter Warfield.
It's on the amendment, on the motion to for this particular amendment.
On the amendment to change 5 and 6 to 7 and 8, I don't have an objection, especially since the file numbers were mentioned, but I do think that rather than spending comment time during that action, since there is no procedure for combining items that I know of, I'm curious how it happened, why it's happening, whether this was okay with the complainant, and whether how it will be handled particularly with respect to public comment.
Okay. Just to respond to that, it's not germane to the motion on the floor. The motion on the floor is just purely functional to change a number. It's not contextual.
Well, I would consider my comment a comment on agenda changes.
It's not.
And this is
I
something
understand that, but this
Yeah.
is not a discussion on the content or the context. This is specifically on that amendment. When we move the whole agenda and approve it, we can take a further discussion about the content then. But for now, we're just focusing on this amendment to just do a typographical change. Okay, any other public comment on the amendment? Seeing none, can we do this without objection? Okay, so now need a motion to approve the agenda.
Motion.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the agenda.
Moved by Tesfaye, second by Kanata. Now public comment on the whole agenda.
Peter Warfield again. I appreciate the chair's mentioning within the minutes previously as well as today that there is an intention to combine two complaints. I can't say that I would strongly object, since the complainant and the party complained against are the same. The violation seems exactly the same except for the dates, when two different violations of the same sections happened in presumably the same way. No draft minutes were available for January and for April of this year. But I am curious whether the complainant either requested or okayed it. I believe that combining complaints is inherently a difficult business because presumably they were presented separately, given file numbers separately. Presumably folks expect to hear them, have them heard separately. And as far as I know, there is still no complaint procedure that includes when and under what circumstances you do this or how it will be handled. And then we get into the continuing difficulties of, well, how are you going to handle this? Are you going to do one complaint procedure followed by another, followed by combined public comment? How long will public comment be? When will it be? And so on and so forth. And I don't think that's fair to all of the participants because so much of the procedural matter has simply still been unresolved and is up in the air and is something that people, for example, I as a member of the public will have to wing it based on what you say or even don't say. And in the past, there have been combined complaints where there was a series of decisions on the fly made with regard to how they would be handled, and then something left out, like, will public comment come twice after each presentation, or will public comment come at the end of the whole thing, or how will it be handled? And as I say, I think there are inherent difficulties with combining complaints that have been presented and are listed separately. Thank you.
Members of the task force, Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government. I have to say I agree with Mr. Warfield. I don't see any procedure that allows for combining complaints, and I think it's particularly egregious when it is not done in advance. Once the agenda is published, everybody, especially the complainants, have the right to rely on the fact that the agenda will be done as published, which is if I have two separate cases and they are on two separate items, then I should expect to get two hearings. And on your agenda, it also lists the procedure. It says each a case will be heard 5 minutes here, 5 minutes there, 3 minutes response, 3 minutes response. And most people, like myself, who really care about sunshine, will go to a lot of effort to prepare. Now, if you go to a lot of effort to prepare and all of a sudden you walk in and the night of the hearing, they tell you, oh, well, we're not going to do it the way we told you we were going to do it. We're going to do it differently. That throws you completely off kilter. I had 4 complaints combined into one hearing. And as Mr. Warfield said, it was done totally on the fly. It was a jury rigs, were 20 minutes for here and 20 minutes for there. And then the constant cry was, well, we gave you enough time. Well, if you plan something, and I showed you this previously, I had done 4 separate one-page summaries and arguments about my case for each of those, and at the last minute, I had to then combine all 4 of them and lost all 4 of them. So basically, what happens is if you're going to do this, do it 3 or 4 days before the agenda comes out, and tell the people who were involved, especially the complainants, that this is what you're doing. Don't expect them to show up and do a good job. I think one of the things that really bothered me about my situation was when I did the 4 complaints, after it was all done, the chair, Mr. Hyland, said, oh, Mr. Hartz, I'm disappointed. You usually present such good cases, and tonight it was a real mess. And I just wanted so badly to scream at him, well, that's not my fault. That's what you did by combining the complaints. And again, as Mr. Warfield says, I don't see any justification for combining complaints at the last minute. If you want to combine the complaints, you have plenty of time before the agenda comes out. to talk to the complainants, and I think also to the respondents so that they can prepare adequately, so that all the parties to the case can be prepared rather than being caught short at the last minute.
Any other public comment on the agenda? Members, any comments? Any changes? I'll just say that that particular line is a little bit of an oversight for me. I was interested to query the complainant since these two items had already been heard in compliance and amendments quite extensively in the committee. So the recommendations have been brought forward, and I don't necessarily see the complainant here. So my interest was to just put the question out and see if there was any interest in doing the combining. If these were items that were had not gone through committee and had come straight to the task force, then without a process, as some members of the public have mentioned, I would not combine them. I think it's really important to have a fair hearing for each item. I think it's up to the committees to help determine whether items can be combined at the committee levels, where there's lots of discussion between the complainants and the respondents who are present at that time. At this point in time right now, these are recommendations from the committees, and the way the task force has been operating, there's somewhat of a trust that the decisions from the committee are correct, and the task force, unless they see something blatant, to further have a more extensive discussion around things. So for these two items, I'm not planning on combining them tonight, considering that the complainant is not here to speak on that, of which I would have put it to the floor. Okay, with that, yes, Member Wolf, Josh Wolf.
I guess this would be a question for Victor, but other than the fact that it notes in not the best language that those two items are planning to be combined, was the complainant notified that there was the intention to combine those two items?
The agenda does note it, that there was a plan to call them and hear them at the same time, and also in committee, they were heard at the same time.
And does anyone on the committee happen to remember whether there was an objection by the complainant about hearing them at the same time at the time?
I believe she agreed to it at that time at the committee level.
Yeah, that was my committee, and she agreed to it at that time.
I mean, I don't know whether we can combine them and then separate them at the insistence of the complainant when she shows up, but I don't really see a reason not to move forward with combining them. And beyond that, it seems that when we have similar complaints against the same party, we do need some sort of process, but as long as both the respondent and the complainant are in agreement that they should be combined, it seems the best time to combine them would actually be before the agenda is created to, expunge one case, or I don't know how that... Well, that could be done by them retracting the case, but to basically clean it up before it comes before us so that everyone's in agreement that this is now one case, and that seems to be the way to best uniformly bring these together and also ensure that people, if they want them separate, are able to do so without feeling like the task force is walking all over them.
Thank you. Any other comments? So I just want to recognize Member Fisher, who just joined us, and thank you for updating us on what the Compliance and Amendments Committee had the work get done on there. I agree with Member Wolf. Just we need a process, and my only intention here was to make it as open a process today as possible. If the complainant and the respondent were here, if they want to speak to it, if there was some reason they wanted to have it separated, but it's not. There's no motion in here. It's just my intention. Okay, and members, you're free to overrule my intentions when I want to take them. So, or make a motion yourself and have something moved on operation. So, all right. With that, let's move ahead.
That motion will pass without objection?
Yes.
Thank you.
The agenda is passed without objection. Okay. Next
Item number
please.
2, approval of minutes from the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force July 6, 2016 meeting.
Is there a motion to move the minutes?
So moved.
Moved by Hensy,
Second.
second by Fisher. Any changes, amendments, updates, edits? No? Public comment on the minutes?
Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. I do wish there was a little more informative language with respect to the minutes, but wanted to draw particular attention to my comment on page 4 of the minutes, P5 of your agenda packet, under item 6, which was Ray Hartz's complaint against the Executive Director of the Ethics Commission. And the public comment that I'm listed there for there says, Peter Warfield stated that he did not understand the agenda title. I don't understand what that is until I gradually realized that perhaps what's meant here is that I didn't understand the Ethics Commission agenda item, or possibly the way that it was listed, but it's not that I didn't understand the agenda item on this meeting, it's that I didn't understand what the Ethics Commission agenda, that it wasn't sufficiently clear. And there's a substantive difference in what is he commenting on.
Do you want us to make an adjustment? And if so, you can do it in writing, and we'll make the adjustment and approve it here.
Okay. And then one other thing that stood out, under item public comment under item 10, it says that Peter Warfield requested information on the status of his complaints filed against the public library and inquired as to the status of complaints heard by the committee. I'm not sure I understand about the status of complaints heard by the committee. What I do particularly recall, which is missing from here, is that there appeared to be, once again, an extensive conversation regarding whether and how and in what form would take the placement of 2 previously filed complaints onto your, shall we say, assembly line. And it was decided, once again, that there would be those 2 complaints heard and scheduled as regular complaints, and that those would be appearing on the August 16th. I believe that was confirmed at that time. I also said that I had asked Mr. Young a question about whether he had notified the library yet about that decision which had been made the previous month, and that I didn't get an answer. So both of those things I think are important to include there. Thank you.
Thank you. Is any other public comment on the minutes? Seeing none. Okay, so let's get a motion to, well, I guess we can do without, let's do a motion in a second. We'll do it without objection to edit and amend Mr. Warfield's comment on page 5, number item 6. And I would ask that he do it in writing and that it be corroborated with the audio tape. Your motion?
I'd like to make that motion.
By testify? There's second?
Second.
Second by Hensy. Okay, any public comment on that amendment? Seeing none. Okay, can we take that without objection? It is passed without objection. Now we'll move to whole minutes. I'm sorry, that is the whole minutes, so minutes are approved. Next item, please.
Next on the agenda, Sunshine Ordinance Task Force Chair's Report.
Okay, so I've got a couple of items here. I've asked our legal counsel to put together an outline on the legislation, on the court case that recently happened regarding, with regards to charges to requesters of public records under the California Public Records Act, and whether this case law has any applicability at this point to what we oversee. It hasn't changed the law, what have you. So, unfortunately, it just came recently, so we haven't had much time to review it. I'm wondering if DCA Cola would like to give a brief synopsis to get us all up to speed.
Sure. Well, in a nutshell, this case was a district court case in the East Bay. It doesn't have any precedent as of yet, but it seems to fall in line with some cases that are similar to it that had been decided by appellate courts. It essentially states that the only fees that you could charge a requester that's requesting public documents are fees directly associated with the reproduction of the records, copying and whatnot. Redactions don't seem to fall in there. The only thing that you can charge in addition to duplication fees is if it gets a little tricky if you're requesting electronic records that you actually have to generate those records or make new records in that case. Then you could charge additional fees for the production, but really what it boils down to is that redactions or other fees that aren't quite as closely associated to the direct duplication of records are not allowed to be charged for. And in this case, it was apparently redacting footage from a police body cam, and those fees were struck down in the district court.
Thank you. Member Josh Wolf.
I mean, I think that a very large portion of the significance of this relates to what this actually was, and I didn't actually learn that until about 5 minutes before Nick said it, which is that it's the body cam video redaction, and so there's 2 points to keep in mind, which is that, like, the actual process of redacting video footage is unlike redacting just about anything else. And simultaneously, the cost to produce there's a backdoor for them to charge if they so wanted to, which is that they can basically charge someone the cost to produce the video by, in real time, because they're having to remove the segments in real time, which whatever they could charge a technician per hour would probably end up equating to close to $3,000, depending on the size of the request. I don't know where the city... At first, I thought this whole thing was not too meaningful because I haven't seen any cases where the city agencies charged a complainant for redaction. But now that we're dealing with sort of a video technology, the likelihood of this happening in the past or in the future is... The likelihood of this happening in the future is far greater, and I actually went through requesting similar footage from the city of Oakland back when they first started this program, and there's this other layer, which is what will and won't be deemed a public or a non... what they can't legally retract or censor is going to be up to significant debate. As some of, I don't remember which task force makeup we had when there was a hearing with the security office for the city of City Hall, that a guy was trying to obtain the video during the inauguration when he was arrested, and the city's position was that all of that is restricted from being turned over. So at the point that the SFPD does move forward in equipping their officers with body cams, this could likely go into play in both in terms of the cost of redacting, but also what footage can legally be redacted in the first place.
Any other comments on this? So I would just say I have a little bit of a different view on it, a little more kind of broad view of this. To me, it's just public information. And if somebody asks for public information, and if the law says that certain information can be segregated or redacted or held in confidence, then that work to do that is on the burden of the custodian of that record. It is not on the public. Okay? And so the work for that is not considered like excessive programming. So let's take a different example. Like if you were going to the planning department and you said, I need these documents and I need it to show this result, but they don't necessarily have that information. Somebody would have to sit down and run it through some algorithm or some calculation to come up with a new and special document that may include public information. They can charge for that and the time and the labor for that kind of stuff. That was the intention of how the CPRA and the ordinance intended it to be. It's not for things that they feel should or should not be redacted. And we had this issue in a case earlier, a month or so ago, about radio channels. And you have 3 departments that are deciding together with no basis of really any law that they could present that these particular pieces of information should be redacted. And so it's the same type of case. They can't necessarily charge for that if they feel that it needs to be redacted. That's their work. So I would urge you to try to look at it from the functional point of view and not so much from the contextual point of view. We know what the outcome of doing something like this might be for the future. And just one last point. The law also states that anything that's under any information or that's under investigation that can be held in confidence or segregated or as part of that's public information that's part of an investigation can be released in full when the district attorney signs off on it. Case is closed, and the district attorney feels that it's in the best interest of the public to have it now released. And so then all of it comes out, okay? And so redacted or not, unless there's something that holds it in confidence way into the future. So, yeah.
Just real quick, I want to be clear that what I was saying was purely speculative, not that I endorsed them.
Yeah.
Trying to assess those charges, just that I could see that would be an angle they might take.
Yeah, I understand. I'm just trying to bring it back into our scope here. If we had a case like that come before us, how would we deal with it? And I want to thank DC Acola for putting this on paper for everybody to see and understand. Yeah, Member Kanata.
I mean, this discussion leads to the fact that the Sunshine Ordinance should be updated for digital data and all different types of digital data, and that effort should somehow get underway.
That's right, and I think it is. Okay, public comment on this item? Does anybody have any comments on this item?
Members of the task force, Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government. My experience with the police department has been that they are the slowest and most resistant to providing public information. As Member Wolf, Chair Wolf said, most of this matter is going to be matters of investigation, and that is one of the clearly stated exemptions from disclosure. The unfortunate part is I had an experience myself where I made a comment at the Library Commission several years ago, and the chair of the commission chose to take it as a threat, went to the police, filed a police report against me for making a threat. And when I tried to get a copy of the police report to see exactly what was said, they held it for 1 year and 3 days and said, oh, it's still under investigation. And then, of course, filing a complaint for against a person for filing a false police report, the statute of limitations is a year. So basically, it put me in a position of I couldn't get it. What it took them a year to investigate, I have no idea. It was in the papers and everything else because she was later that same evening quoted on, it was recorded and posted on the library's website, where she made comments about me, which were much more threatening. She said she knew 12 people who could effing kill me if she asked them to. And I'm kind of going like, okay, so she makes a threat. That's okay. She files a false police report against me, and the police hold it for a year so that I can't then come back and file a complaint against her for what her inappropriate actions were. The second thing is I'd like to talk about Mr. Kanata's, Member Kanata's comment. Yes, the Sunshine Ordinance needs to be updated for a very important reason besides this issue. The second thing is most city agencies have access to what are called relational databases, where they don't have reports. But if I'm a department head or somebody in the department and I want to know how many people fit this, and this category, I can just go in and do a simple query of the database, and it will print out a report for me saying exactly that. The unfortunate part in that leaves the respondents in some cases able to say, well, there's nothing that I can give you because there is no document, although if they wanted the document, they could produce it with absolutely no problem, no reprogramming, nothing. They simply go in to the database and do a query asking for this, and this. So basically, it's something that needs to be addressed. I've talked about this for a few years now because I used relational databases myself and know that's something that they do.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Warfield.
Thank you very much. First of all, thank you for putting this on the agenda, and thank you for having a separate public comment on it. I think it would be useful to know what the specifics are of the case so that somebody who wants to follow up would have a little bit more specific knowledge about where and how to find the particular case and perhaps supply it at this meeting or at a subsequent meeting. Since it's in the East Bay since it happened presumably in the East Bay, we're told, different rules apply, and that is only, as far as I have heard, and putting two and two together, the state Public Records Act and not our Sunshine Ordinance. So it's also, I appreciate the chair asking what the relationship is to San Francisco, and I'm not clear what that is. It's been fairly clear to me from our Sunshine Ordinance that ours is pretty clear in restricting charges so that it, and I wish I could find it. Unfortunately, you have put in a new version of this Sunshine Ordinance into your book out here, which is in tiny, looks like 6-point type, which is very hard to read. But in general, it's my understanding that in San Francisco, folks can't charge for all of the things that they'd like to charge or even may be able to charge elsewhere, like the time to do the research, the time that it took them to do various things. And Section 67.28, fees for duplication, basically says that you're limited to charging for the physical material that you supply to the requester, so paper, unless you have done very specific research and justification of a higher charge. And the final thing in that section, which I know will particularly interest at least one of your journalist members, video copies of video recorded meetings, and I think that's unfortunately too restrictive, but I think it gives an outline. Video copies of video recorded meetings shall be provided to the public upon request for $10 or less per meeting. And I think that that's certainly a guideline for any other video recording, which is you charge, the agency can charge for presumably the physical material, but not all of the efforts of gathering it or collecting it or providing it and so on and so forth. I also did want to mention that, I don't know if you have gotten it, but I have sent you also a legal case on Friday, which I was hoping might be included or discussed, and I'd be glad to mention that as well. And it's a sunshine issue that was adjudicated in Marin. Thank you.
Not today. Thank you. Any other public comment on that case? Seeing none, okay. My next item is I want to create an opportunity for members to take some training. If you feel like you need some update, you need some help with certain areas of the ordinance or running meetings or any areas of process, things like that. My door is open for that. I'm sure with the help with Victor and if some legal aspect, I'm sure DC Acola would provide some support for any questions or anything you want to do. So my next item is going to be in making assignments to committees and some folks who may or may be chairs who feel like they want a little, kind of bump up their parliamentary procedure. I'm a professional parliamentarian, and I'm sure we have others here who are quite experienced with it too. So feel free to share the wealth, those of you with the expertise, and people, don't be afraid to ask for help. So with that, I'm going to start with a committee assignments. I intend over the course of the next 10 or 11 months to rotate the membership of committees at least once. I think everybody should have an experience of the different scope for each committee, and I think it creates you get a good, well-rounded experience of what we're doing here, whether you're listening to complaints or you're trying to develop specific training or doing outreach or what have you. Considering our terms of 2 years, we don't have a lot of time. But I think it would be good to have some rotation in committees. So I just want you to know that nothing's written in stone, okay? And if something in between, your schedule doesn't work out, or you just find that maybe something's a little over your head, or you just have a little more interest somewhere else, come talk to me, and maybe we'll see about making some adjustments. So my intention here is to have complaints heard by the main complaints committee. I know what the bylaws say, and the bylaws, offers a opportunity for each committee to hear complaints. That was put in there for a very specific reason when there was a big, huge backlog to try and reduce it. And so, but now things were kind of a little bit caught up. There sometimes is a bit of a backlog, and I think the use of the other committees as overflow is a better use of those committees and allow those committees to actually meet and do the work of the scope that they're supposed to do. So, with that, the complaints committee will be hearing all complaints. Everything will be funneled. All complaints will be funneled through them first. They'll hear the jurisdiction. They'll listen to the merits and determine whether the merits meet the challenge of the Sunshine Ordinance or not. and then make a recommendation to the board, much how all the other committees are doing it currently in that kind of way. I'm a little more of a purist where I don't necessarily think that the entire case should be adjudicated in the committee. I think it demands the full en banc of all 11 or how many members we have to hear and adjudicate a case. But the complaint committee needs to ferret things out. Sometimes a complaint just isn't presented or articulated well. And the complaint committee can hear it and has a kind of a exquisite ear for hearing whether there is an actual violation in there or not, and does it meet the threshold. And also, is it just within the jurisdiction? Because it helps this body. If it's not in jurisdiction, then we can just move on in that kind of way. So it's a good task and a good work for that committee. And it gets people on that committee to really kind of delve into the Sunshine Ordinance pretty good. Member Josh Wolf.
It seems like there were some changes to the way that the complaints are functioning beyond what you discussed, and I just want to take a step back and figure out whether things have changed or I misunderstood them on the first time. Because you said that all complaints that are filed would go through the complaints committee, and it seemed like when we initially rolled out the complaints committee prior to you returning to the task force, the way it had been framed was that basically the complainant could choose to participate in the complaints committee or they could go straight to the full board. I don't know whether that's still the way that you envisioned it, but that's not how it was just described.
That's always the prerogative, okay? So, those, and that's usually at the administrative level when the complaint is being filed. That's where the choice for the complainant is made. So anything that is beyond what will come straight to the task force by the choice of the complainant will go to the complaint committee.
Okay.
Is that be clear?
That's different from how we have been handling it. It was at the discretion of the chair of whether or not to assign items to the complaint committee or not. However, we did take the request of the complainant. If they did not want to go to the complaints committee, we honored their request.
Right. I'm more or less saying the same thing. And so, but my intention is to have the complaints first stop it's in the complaint committee, because that's its scope. Besides monitoring the complaint process. And that's in the history that I've been on this task force for the 7 years that I served on it, that was purely its purpose for the complaint committee to hear the complaints. The other committees had their own scopes, and those scopes were very clear, and they still are. They're very clear. So I want to try this out. I want to see if it works for us, because I think to have a consistent group of members in the complaint committee that can really ferret out the issues, that have a little more of a understanding or insider track on the Sunshine Ordinance and the law. I think it would be helpful for the rest of the task force for a lot of that stuff to be ferreted out at the complaint committee. So that way it becomes very clear for the rest of us here when it comes to the full task force. Is there any member?
Yeah, I have a comment/question. So will the discretion as to if a complaint comes before the committee or the full task force be with the chair or with the complainant?
It's with the complainant at the complainant's request. We usually honor their request.
So it could be the case that all complainants decide they just want to go straight to... Okay.
And it's always pretty much been that way, as far as I can remember.
Okay. Because I would think that the benefit of having the complaints committee would be, if an issue isn't ripe or doesn't have jurisdiction, you would be able to take care of that at the committee level and not waste the time of the entire task force in order to keep these meetings moving at a timely pace. But I think if the discretion is always with the complainant, then we'll never accomplish that goal.
Yeah, it's not that often that complaints come straight to a week. It's kind of a mixed bag. So,
Okay.
and you'll see if you look on, like even on today's agenda, how many are coming straight to us, bypassing the committee, and which ones did come through committee. It's a mixed bag depending upon how things come through.
Because I was looking at that on the agenda, and it just seems like the ones that come through the committee seem to have all of the documents better in order. And so that would be my preference.
I hear you. Some people want 11 people to hear their case from the origin, from the initiate. And other people are like, I don't want my time wasted. I'll go through the committee and try to get a quicker result. Member Josh Wolf.
Just in response to where you're coming from, when we reactivated the complaint committee in the previous incarnation, it was in the part of the process that allowed a complainant to choose to be heard before the full committee is that it's written within the task force. I don't think it's within our ability to change that level. My understanding at the time was that was sort of set in stone, and this was the way to make it as efficient of a process as possible.
Yeah.
May I ask a quick question?
Yeah, sure.
I believe we had part of this discussion before. Is it your intention that the recommendations from the complaint the recommendations from the complaint committees were presented to the task force for approval, and the complainants and the respondent were not required to show up at the full task force meeting? Is there going to be a change to that process at this time?
No.
Okay, thank you.
That would be the same.
Okay.
You know, if they want to show up, and if there's something that happened between the time it was heard in committee, and there's lots of times there's not enough proof, and because the respondent or complainant is not didn't bring something, or they weren't organized enough, or whatever, and so the time between the committee and when it comes to the task force is an opportunity for them to present maybe new evidence that's specific, that would either make or break their case in that kind of way. That's kind of the idea, and it's still pretty much the same way.
My question, and I know how to proceed now.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. I don't think it's not too much of a change. It's just trying to make it a little more compartmentalized, so we can move things along in the process. So with that, complaint committees will meet monthly. The Compliance and Amendments Committee and the Education Outreach and Training Committee will meet bi-monthly. Bi-monthly? Every other month.
And which committee is that?
The Compliance and Amendments and Education Outreach and Training.
So they're going to be
There'll be,
bi-monthly. Bi-monthly!
yes,
Okay.
bi-monthly.
Okay.
And there'll be, except if we have an overflow of complaints, then we'll activate in an off month, if depending upon when they come, any of those committees to hear complaints as they had been. And then the Rules Committee will meet ad hoc as needed, and also could be a backup for hearing complaints also, since that's the way the bylaws was amended. Okay? All right, so
Times of meetings, I believe you suggested that we could possibly move up. I believe the intention was for EOTC, Education Outreach and Training, and the Compliance and Amendments Committee to meet early in the day and have complaints meet right after them a little bit later on the same day.
we could do that. We could split them up. So if because the agendas for each of those committees may be short, we could, for the purpose of utilizing the room, that's what this point is about. It's utilizing the room and the time.
Yes.
So if we can reserve the room for 2 or 3 hours, have an hour or so for the committee, and then the complaint committee can meet after that committee.
Yes.
So we could do it that way, and there'll just be some musical chairs at that time. So we have the second Monday of the month, the third Tuesday of the month, the fourth Tuesday of the month. My suggestion is that the education outreach and training would be on the second Monday of the month, and we try to move it up. Can we get it as early as 3:30?
I believe we can, but I don't know if you saw my email, but I did pose that question to the
Okay.
city building management.
Okay, great. So if we can get it somewhere between 3:30 and 4 o'clock, that would leave enough time for EOTC, and then about an hour or so. And I think that'll be good. Compliance and amendments will be the third Tuesday of the month, and the fourth Tuesday of the month will be complaints. And so I'm going to kind of list my assignments, and then we'll see if people's schedules still conflict or not. Okay, so complaints committee, assigning Luam Tesfaye as chair, along with Fiona Hinsey and Victoria Baranetsky, who is the new appointment from the Society of Professional Journalists, the attorney, seat one.
Who's the chair?
It's Luam Tesfaye. And I will be joining this committee ad hoc as needed. Compliance and amendments, chair will be Frank Canada. The members will be Chris Highland and David Moss. And I'll also be visiting that committee often. EOTC, Education Outreach and Training, the chair will be Josh Wolf. The members will be Eric Holden and Louise Fisher. Eldon, I'm sorry.
Eldon.
Yes. For some reason, my auto. And then Rules Committee will be Fiona Hinsey as chair, Louise Fisher, and Chris Highland.
Through the chair?
Yes.
Yeah. Victor, did you get my email? Second Monday of the month is off limits for me. That's a conflict. So can we shift me? Because I can't.
Oh, for
Yeah,
EOTC?
EOTC, yeah.
Okay.
The other three are fine, but
Okay. For the entire after the whole day?
Until 2018.
So that's for EOTC. That's on Monday. And I believe, Josh, you need to leave at 5 o'clock on Mondays. And Tuesdays are out for you.
Well, Tuesdays are doable right now. The problem is that I've been talking about covering the BOS. I guess it's only every other month, though, so it's
Can we flip the days around?
Sure.
Okay. Luam, the set for fourth Tuesday is?
Fourth Tuesday is 5:30 to 7.
Is that okay?
5:30 to 7:30.
Is that okay? Okay. Yes.
It's 5:30 to 7:30?
Yeah.
That's fine. Thank
Okay.
you.
And Frank and David, can you do Mondays?
I can do Mondays. I can't do third Tuesdays, though.
Okay.
Mondays, 4 o'clock or later is fine.
Okay, great. So let's switch EOTC to the third Tuesday.
EOTC,
EOTC,
third Tuesday.
third Tuesday, and compliance and amendments to the second Monday. And do you still need to have a meeting earlier, Josh? in the
I
day?
mean, the earlier the better as far as I'm concerned, but it's whatever works for the rest of
Okay.
my colleagues.
Because we also have,
Stretch for people that work. I mean, I work
yeah,
full-time, so
me too,
it's-
yeah. So later in the day for you? Yeah,
I can't
better,
get here by
okay.
3:30.
You
Have an
can't.
hour and a half commute.
Got it. Yeah, same here. So
I just wanted to bring it to the chair's attention
Yeah.
that the extension of the number of meetings per month is an additional time constraint, and a conversation with the clerk board should be scheduled to discuss these schedule changes.
that's already been made.
Thank you.
Sure. Okay. With that,
One more.
Yeah.
We have previously scheduled the August 16, 2016 meeting for the Compliance and Amendments Committee to meet. I just wanted to be sure that that is still acceptable to the current CAC members.
It'll be the new CAC members.
Yes, that would be
The
Member
16th
Kanata,
is Tuesday.
Highland, and Moss.
What was the date on that again?
August 16th
That's
at
the-
4 p.m.
Third Tuesday.
Thursdays I cannot do.
Sorry,
He can't.
you were not available?
Yeah, I'm not available on that was, you said?
August 16th.
Yeah, I'm not available on August 16th.
So I think, Frank, are you able to make that meeting, the 16th, August 16th?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll tell you what, I'll fill in for you, David, on that day, and Chris will be here for that meeting.
Thank you.
Okay? All right, great.
I will send
Yeah.
out, I will write this up, and I will provide it to all the members by the end of the week.
And it'll be mostly in this room, right?
It will always be in this
Be in
room.
this room. Okay, great. All right. Any other concerns, comments, or anything? Okay, great. Public comment on this real quick, and then we're going to move to general public comment. And then after that, we're going to take a little break.
Members of the task force, Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government. If you look at the complaint form, for those of you who are new to the process, there are two lines about 2/3 of the way down the sheet, and one says, "Do you want a hearing before the full task force?" And there's a box that says yes, and a box that says no, and then there's a line right below that says, "Do you want a pre-hearing before the complaints committee?" Again, with boxes that say yes or no. Now, I have seen very inconsistent patterns when the complaint committee deals with these. If a person says, "I want a pre-hearing," and they come in and the members of the complaint committee say, "We don't either see jurisdiction or what the basis of your complaint is," it's been handled in different ways. Typically, if you find jurisdiction and you find the basis of the complaint, you send a recommendation to the full task force that they find jurisdiction and hold a hearing. The other side of the coin, though, is if you either fail to find jurisdiction or you fail to find what section of the law might have been violated, the question comes down to, does that still go to the task force with a recommendation? I think the only fair way to do it would be to send a recommendation in either case saying either we found jurisdiction or we didn't, and we found a violation of a potential violation or we didn't, and let the full task force make the determination as to whether or not the person gets the hearing. Because the hearing itself before the full task force is really a matter of due process. I come to this task force often because I don't have the money to pay a lawyer to take some of the issues I have to court, although I believe that in some of my cases, they're clearly ones that if I had a lot of money, I could take them to court and win very easily. And so what I do is I come before the task force because it's one of the only options I have, but it is a legal option. And to deny someone a hearing, as the Ethics Commission has done with me, is really, from my perspective, a denial to due process. You're saying to someone who can't afford an attorney that because you can't afford an attorney, so that's cut out for you, and we're simply going to decline to give you a hearing on grounds that may or may not even be considered by the Ethics Commission. That's, I think, violation of due process. It's saying we're going to deny you one of the few options you have to deal with this complaint. Now, I do find that if you have complaint committee hearings, what it may do is help the complainants or the respondents, in either case, to at least get their act together. In other words, if you have a hearing before the complaint committee and they say we don't find jurisdiction or we don't find basis for the complaint, it gives them the option of then going back and redoing their work and potentially having that reconsidered.
Nick Pasquariello. I've been before this body many times in 20 years.
Just want to say, this is about the assignments to the committee.
No, it's about your education
So it's about education.
plan.
Okay.
Training.
I would like to express concern that if you're going to hold these education meetings with your members, that they be open to the public. that is consistent with the spirit and the law of sunshine. Also, the matter of, in all the years that I've been coming before this illustrious body, I've only been at your compliance committee once. It's the matter that's before us tonight. And my recollection is that happened by a administrative decision, and that all the other times I've been before this body, the complaint went directly to the full task force. So in my experience then, the practice has been to automatically and by default go for complaints to go directly to the full task force. So I can't explain how it happened. I wasn't actually given an explicit choice in the matter that's before us tonight. By default, I'm repeating myself, but by default it went to your compliance and is here before us tonight. That's been my experience. So there's some confusion here about what the practice has been, but I'm just telling you what my experience has been over maybe 20 years. Thank you.
Any other public comment on this?
Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. Please don't start the clock before I even begin speaking. The training that you've talked about, I think, is very valuable, and I'm glad that you are having that as a consideration. But I've actually, I believe, written a letter to the task force about the need for training for a variety of reasons that I didn't necessarily go into all of. But the previous speaker said something that's very significant and certainly top on my mind, and that is the public nature of your training sessions. If you don't have a public process, first of all, there's the question, are you going to have a seriatim meeting when 6 or more of your members ask you what is the amount of time that's allowed for a response to a request for information, for example. And now you have an interpretation of the law that is completely outside the view of the public. Now, one of the issues that's come up repeatedly over time is that the Good Government Guide gives information that at times is completely contrary to what the law says. And I also have experienced, as an example, how much time does an agency have to respond to a request for information? So 67.21 says a custodian of a public record shall, as soon as possible and within 10 days following receipt of a request for inspection, comply with such request. The city attorney has twisted that to basically give a free ride to every agency that they can waltz and sashay their way to a 10-day deadline on any request for information, when it clearly says twice, as soon as possible and within 10 days. And there are other phrases elsewhere. So if you're having private conversations just on that example and everybody then gets the idea, oh, what it really means is they've got 10 days. Well, when I come before you and it was a real simple request and it was something sitting on their desk and it took them 10 days to send it to me, we're not on the same page with respect to the meaning of the law. And I'm fighting an uphill battle even to understand what your interpretation is. And that's why I've asked for these sorts of sessions to be public, because there are questions. What does the 3-minute public comment, what does within 10 days and as soon as possible mean? Those should all valuably be given in public so that everybody can understand and comment too. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Warfield. Any other public comment on this? Seeing none? Okay. Now we'll move to our 5 o'clock general public comment on items not on our agenda.
Members of the task force, Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government, and I'm going to talk about the hearings we had the last time this commission met. In particular, the case against Sue Blackman and the Library Commission for failing to have an appropriate agenda item on the agenda. And I will take some, before you say I'm trying to get a second bite at the apple or whatever, I'm not. I'll take some of the responsibility because I spent time focusing on the issue that it was the Friends and how bad they are and so forth, when the only issue really was the fact that regardless of who is appearing, it is up to the person making the agenda to make sure that the agenda item complies with the ordinance. And somehow we got into this long, drawn-out conversation about 12 Ls and all this other stuff, when it really was a simple matter of Sue Blackman, who has been for more than a decade the Library Commission Secretary, put an agenda item on there that basically didn't give any information to the public, and then came in. She even admitted that in her response to the task force, her written response, saying, well, it was only this, and we could have put those in. It is her responsibility, regardless of who is being put on the agenda, to call those folks and say, if I'm going to put you on the agenda, I have to have a certain amount of information for the public. I need to have some idea of what you're going to talk about, and I need to know who is going to do the presentation. Now, Member Wolf at that time asked something about, well, if they change the person, does that mean the agenda item doesn't work or whatever? And I'd say no. If somebody gets sick, I think most people are going to accept the fact that a substitute, will be sent. But the bottom line is, she should have put something on there. In fact, what she did was actually prejudicial because it was more likely that people who are members of the Friends would pay attention to that agenda item than people that are not members of the Friends, which means they're more likely to induce friendly participants rather than anybody else. Then the second thing is sort of related to this. When you make a determination that someone has violated the law, and then you say, well, you violated the law, but you've cleaned up your act or you've straightened it out, we won't find a violation. What you're doing is you're denying the complainant a historical record. With the library, a lot of times, if they do something wrong, by the time they get here, they've corrected it. But as the complainant, does me no good if you find them not to have violated the law, even though they did. They violated the law, they've been repentant, and that mitigates what they did, but it doesn't change the fact that they violated the law. I've already got 8 orders against the library, and I'm going with the Ethics Commission to try to show a pattern of behavior, because for years now they have been violating the law in my respect and other members of the public.
Thank you.
Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. First of all, I want to praise this body and its chair in particular for what I consider to be very hopeful and positive signals and changes. Not only are hearings that I felt were unfairly and without basis denied, now, thanks to the chair, on an agenda. But there are other things as well. The minutes, which through a very questionable process had been put to the rear simply because the chair asked about it and there was a brief discussion, now have come back to where they are required to be by your existing bylaws, which is early in your agenda and not after all the hearings. Other things as well, I think, are very positive. I am very happy to see a very active membership asking questions. You certainly should know that as part of this committee, if you don't know it already, and I think most of you seem to, and I'm very glad of that, and that's part of my hopefulness, you have every right to be very active with respect to finding out what's going on or asking questions to clarify issues, to clarify the law, and whatever else is relevant to your process. So again, I want to thank you, and I have high hopes for this body to do a very good job. And when I have comments or issues with how the body is functioning, it's with the intention of improvement, and also with an idea that I'm sorry to say that prior configurations have not always done the best job, and some of that, unfortunately, has spilled over into the present for you to clean up, if you like. I think that it would be worthwhile to have a discussion about bylaws. There's nothing wrong with discussing the bylaws, and also the things that are going on. The bylaws, for example, still say that various committees can take up complaints. And while I don't think you have to change that, you might consider it to be a little clearer for other people. It's not clear to me also the exact purpose of a complaint committee or hearing, or a compliance and amendments hearing on a complaint. Is that to help sharpen it? Perhaps our attorneys can clarify that. Is that so that the complaint could be changed or improved or clarified? Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Okay, seeing none, public comment is closed. Let's just have a report on item number 4, because I don't think that's going to happen.
Item number 4, file number 16060, report. Board of Supervisors proposed amendment to the Campaign and Government Conduct Code requiring commissioners to file behested payment reports regarding the solicitation of charitable contributions over $5,000. I did speak with Mr. Hepner this morning, and there was a potential conflict of scheduling, and he was not sure if he would be able to attend today. However, he did inform me that this measure would not be going forward anytime soon, and that there is adequate opportunity to take up this matter at a future hearing.
Did he specify what not anytime soon means?
No, he did not, but it won't be at the board's going into break, and
so they'll pass the deadline on trying to put anything on the ballot at this point.
I can't speak to that matter, okay. But my understanding is they're not taking the action anytime soon.
Okay, that's good. Give us a little more time to work with that. Okay, so shall we take a break? Short break?
Would you like to take the public comment and close this matter, or?
It would just be continued, I would say.
That's what I meant. Would you like to take public comment on the matter and then continue it to the call of the chair?
Yeah, that's fine. So any public comment on this item?
Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government. On reading this, there is one question that came into my mind very clearly, and it is one that I would like you all to kind of take into consideration when you do discuss this. When somebody says you are, encouraging someone to donate, does that include a body like the Library Commission, who attends the Friends banquets and louds the Friends and also louds them at the commission meetings and encourages people to participate in their programs and to contribute to them? Because basically my unfortunate feeling is that the Library Commission and everybody else involved in it has absolutely no understanding as to where the money goes, and yet they on a yearly basis go back and they say, give to the Friends, give to the Friends, give to the Friends, and are then on the other side, as Ms. Blackman said at the last hearing here, there's no fiduciary responsibility that either the Library Commission has regarding those funds. And so what to my mind that says is basically we're going to allow people to raise money in the name of a department of the city of San Francisco and the public library, and we're going to let them spend those funds and report to no one at all exactly what they do with the funds. All we'll know is what they give us, and that's all we're going to ask. In fact, I've described their situation as one where it's they don't tell, we don't ask. And basically, if I am a member of a commission and I go to a meeting like the Friends of the Public Library, to a fundraiser or whatever, and as a member of that commission or as the city librarian, I get up and loud the group and promote them so that the members of the public believe they're a good thing, does that count as at the behest of, or whatever this law is supposed to count? In other words, I didn't actually ask you directly to give an X number of dollars, but I did encourage you to participate, become a member, and contribute. And my question that I'm going to be asking at the next Library Commission meeting is, every time the Friends show up there, they talk about what a wonderful relationship it is for the Friends and for the library. And my question to them is based on what? They haven't been here in 3.5 years. You have no idea whether the library is benefiting from this at all, and certainly no idea as to what degree they're benefiting. And as I've told you before, I think what they're getting is about 6 cents out of $1 is what the library actually gets, because the Board of Supervisors approves $375,000 from the Friends, and they're spending over $6 million a year. So basically, their fundraising is taking up 94%.
Thank you. Any other public comment on this item? Okay, seeing none, public comment is closed. Shall we take a break?
Motion to continue the call.
Yeah, okay. Yes. Motion. Let's have a motion to continue this item. Call the chair. Somebody move it.
I'll make the motion.
It's moved by
Second.
Tesfaye, second by Kanata. Can we take it without objection? Okay, great. Thanks. All right, so now, take a break. 10 minutes, 5:30.
We're going to have a huge period of time.
You want to continue?
I don't know. What's in
Yeah, I'll keep going.
Keep going.
Keep going?
At least do one.
We have, what, 3 of the came with a recommendation. We may be able to get through those quickly or not, depending on.
Okay. Very good.
Next on the agenda,
Go for it.
item number 6, file number 16023, complaint filed by Nix Pasquarella against Mayor Edwin Lee and Steve Kawa, Office of the Mayor, for allegedly violating Administrative Code, Section 67.21B and 67.25 by failing to respond to an immediate disclosure request in a timely and/or complete manner. On June 21st, 2016, the Compliance and Amendments Committee referred the matter to the task force with a recommendation to find jurisdiction and find that Mayor Edwin Lee and Chief of Staff Steve Kawa, Office of the Mayor, violated Administrative Code Section 67.21B by failing to respond to a public works request in an appropriate manner, and Section 67.25 by failing to respond to an immediate disclosure request in a timely manner. Just to provide a summary of the hearing, the respondent's office, the Office of the Mayor, provided a response from the entire Office of the Mayor instead of just Mayor Lee and Mr. Kawa. This resulted in the provision of too much information to easily sort through. The committee did not believe that the circumstances qualifying for the allowance of an extension of time to respond to immediate disclosure were met. Basically, I believe that the Office of the Mayor declared that the matter was not IDR due to the voluminous or complex nature of the matter. However, the committee stated that they are not allowed to make that determination. All they can do is request an extension.
Correct. Okay, so we will need a motion to find a violation.
I believe that the complainant is here and would like to make a few comments.
Okay. Mr. Pasquarella?
There's been no change since the Complaints Committee heard the matter.
Compliance and Amendments Committee.
Sorry,
Yeah.
Compliance and Amendments Committee heard the matter on the date here in June 21st, 2016. There's been no change. I've not received any of the documents I requested.
Okay.
The mayor personally was not responsive to my request, nor was Steve Kawa.
Okay.
What else can I tell you? I hope you will just follow through with the recommendation of your Compliance Committee.
Thank you. Is the respondent here or any of the respondents?
Hi, my name is Kirsten McCauley. I'm with the Mayor's Communications Office. My colleague was here the last time. I had a scheduling conflict that was scheduled for over a year. But like we had said, I'm sure you guys have our response in front of you as well. We responded. The request came in person. I told him at that time, after reading the request, that it was for the Office of the Mayor, Steve Cava, and the Mayor. I told him at that time that I would need to be filing an extension because I need to ask the entire staff to search for responsive records. And so we did. We sent the response the next day. It was by mail. And then within the 10-day period, it was actually before the 10-day period, we sent about 60 documents to him. After we redacted all the personal information, worked with the city attorney's office and other city departments. So we believe that we followed all of the protocol, and he has the documents that he asked for. And in this process, let me just state that there was no communication. At the time when I told him that we'd be filing this, there was no, he did not say that this is just for Steve Cava and the Mayor. So I thought that our communication was very clear.
Questions, comments, members? Member testify.
I have a question. So the complainant stated that he still hasn't received any documents, but the respondent just said that she had given him the documents. I think I just need some clarification about what he still needs and if he disputes what she's just said.
Member Fisher, since you were chair of complaints and amendments, do you want to pick up on that?
I missed the question, sorry.
My question was, the complainant just stated that nothing has changed about his complaint since it was heard. He hasn't received documents, but the respondent just said that that the office provided him with 60 documents. So what is still outstanding?
Might be easier to use the other microphone.
I really am the eternal middle child. I have an older and a younger sibling. Yeah, it's my 5th year on the task force, and that's the question that I probably ask almost every month that I'm here, and maybe I should direct it here. Mr. Pasquarello, you are still missing documents, but Miss McCauley said you have documents. I mean, what does this mean? Do we re-adjudicate this? Do we start from the beginning? I mean,
let me clarify what the situation is. The request was specifically to Mayor Edwin Lee and to Mr. Steve Cava. And it was not to the entire office of the mayor. And one of the things that we discussed at that hearing was that it was the work that Ms. McCauley and her staff did was laudable, because to take the time and really pull that kind of information together, is really, we'd like all departments to do that. Okay, but it was not responsive to the requesters, the complainant's request, which was specifically information from the mayor and from Steve Cava, and that was clearly presented and understood during the hearing.
And Chair Wolf, if I could say, I mean, from what I recall, and when we heard this case and the committee voted for a violation of 6721B, and that was unanimous, and then 2-1 with me dissenting on 6725. So don't we just move forward with that? And then if something comes of this, then it bounces to either EOT or COC or wherever it has to go.
Yeah.
Okay.
But go ahead,
As
Member
I
Cannata.
remember, Mr. Pasquariello, his stating that he hasn't received the documents, from what I remember of the case, it's the specific documents from the mayor and Mr. Kawa. Not what he did receive was a whole bunch of data that he didn't want.
So, but for this meeting on Wednesday at 5:26 p.m., the rest of the committee just takes this recommendation and then whoosh, it goes off from there, correct?
If
That's
we,
up to these guys.
If we need. So that's why I asked for a motion
Oh,
to find a violation.
okay.
I'd like to make a motion to find a violation, accepting the recommendation from the committee.
I'd like to second.
So moved by Testify, second by Eldon. Okay. Public comment.
Peter Warfield, I'm not a party to this, but I have to say that I was appreciating the understanding that the committee had. And to answer the member's question, the issue that Mr. Pasquarelli was asking about was one that was a very hot issue all around town for quite some time, and the spread of time that he was asking for documents included, I believe it was a year and a half. The committee was very good in understanding the difference between lots of stuff and whether or not it's responsive. And it determined that since there was not a single memo to or from or even copying Mr. Kawa or the mayor, that the response, even though I think we heard, I don't know how many megabytes were provided and how many documents, those simply were not responsive. And that an agency can't inundate somebody with material that just simply doesn't respond to their request. On the top of page P21, under hearing the complaint, it says, pretty much says that as well. While the provision of records from the entirety of the office of the mayor was most likely provided in the abundance of caution to ensure that all records were provided, it was not directly responsive to the request and had the effect of inundating the complaint with unresponsive documents. And I think that the next paragraph suggests what should be done. The committee requests/suggests that the respondents provide a response that limits the responses to Mayor Edwin Lee and Chief of Staff Steve Kawa. There's a typo there, and I guess meaning and eliminates responses from other members of the office of the mayor. Personally, I don't know whether I go for elimination, since that's already been provided. Certainly, though, that's what's requested, and apparently the complainant has gotten nothing with respect to those sorts of documents, namely those that were sent to or from or CC'd, had any kind of either reached or came from the mayor or Mr. Kawa. So I hope that helps clarify what happened, because I was at the hearing. Thank you.
Members of the task force, Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government. Thomas Aquinas teaches that willful ignorance of what one ought to know is a mortal sin. In this case, I think it's a violation of the law. We have people who are in very, very high position in the mayor's office, paid very, very good salaries, and must have the confidence of both the mayor and his chief of staff in their ability to do their job, and yet they give a really bizarre response to a fairly simple request. I would like communications of Mayor Lee and his chief of staff. None of those were provided. Instead, they got a bunch of other documents that were not related to the request, and now they want to blame the victim. In other words, they want to say, well, we gave you stuff. What do you want? Well, I was pretty clear what I wanted when I made the request, and I have a hard time accepting the fact that, number one, you didn't understand what I was asking you for, and besides that, if you didn't understand, you had a responsibility to contact me, let me know that, and ask for clarification. Not simply say, well, we don't understand, so we'll just give you whatever we think you want. Unfortunately, my experience has been that's what, when they don't want to give you certain things, they will fall back on, is I will give my interpretation to your request, and I will give you what I think you're asking for. And then later on, I will, when I am called on the carpet because I didn't give you what you were asking for, I will say, well, gee, I did the best I could. Well, communication is a two-way street. I don't care whether it's oral or written or any way else. If I'm a member of city government and I'm in a very high-profile job, a very responsible job with the confidence of both the mayor and his chief of staff, I should have the common sense to know that if I don't understand your request, I should contact you and tell you that and ask for clarification. And they didn't, as far as I can tell, do that. They simply provided a bunch of things and said, well, here's a bunch of stuff. And I again, with these people getting paid the salaries they do and having the confidence of the mayor and his chief of staff, I have a hard time finding any sort of a mitigating factor where you can say, well, And so I would ask that you find the violations.
Any other public comment? Seeing none, public comment's closed. I just want you to, if it's helpful, refer you to page 35 of that item, which is the original request, immediate disclosure request. Just so you can see where we were coming from. Okay? All right, so we're ready for a vote? Please call the roll.
Are we, excuse me, through the chair, so we had two, I guess, motions for that one, or do we just munch them all together?
At this time, it's one motion for both complaints. For both violations. Would you like to divide the question?
Not at this time.
On the motion to accept the recommendations of the committee to find a violation of 67.21B and 67.25. Member Eldon.
Aye.
Eldon, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Copra, absent. Member Tesfa.
Aye.
Tesfa, aye. Member Moss.
Aye.
Moss, aye. Member Kanata.
Aye.
Kanata, aye. Member Fisher.
Aye.
Fisher, aye. Member Hinsey.
Aye.
Hinsey, aye. Highland, absent. Chair Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. The motion passes.
Okay, let's call the next item.
Next on the agenda, file number 16042, complaint filed by Amatro against the War Memorial Board of Trustees for allegedly violating Administrative Code, Section 67.16, by failing to make draft minutes of each meeting available for inspection and copying upon request no later than 10 working days after the meeting for the January 14, 2016 draft minutes. On June 21st, 2016, the Compliance Amendments Committee referred the matter to the task force with recommendations to find jurisdiction and to find that the War Memorial Board of Trustees violated Administrative Code Section 67.16 by failing to make the draft minutes for January 14th, 2016. I will skip the April 14th at this time. Meeting available for inspection and copying upon request no later than 10 working days after the meeting. The respondent acknowledged the problem and has taken steps to correct the problem. I believe that the committee does not believe additional referral to committee for training or compliance is required at this time.
Correct. Go ahead.
Through the chair.
Member Shea.
Yeah, this was kind of it was a violation of 6716, and they acknowledged it, we acknowledged it, so it was more of a for record keeping purposes kind of thing, and don't do it again.
Okay.
Now, if they do it again, we'll be having a different conversation, because that has happened.
Would you like to make a motion?
I would love to make a motion that we accept the recommendation of it was Compliance and Amendments Committee?
Yes.
Okay.
So here's the question that we started our meeting out with: are we combining these or not? We could. I don't believe is the respondent here from the War Memorial? And is the complainant here?
No.
So they're not here. I mean, it doesn't seem like there's going to be a whole lot of discussion here. We can take them independently if you want, or we can combine them together. Josh Wolf, Member Josh Wolf.
I'd prefer to go ahead and read the next one and then make a motion to endorse the recommendation on both of those.
Okay, so be it.
Item
Oh,
number.
wait a second. Did we get a second on this motion?
We have not yet.
Okay, let's get a second on this motion.
Second.
So Member Tesfaye, second. That's on item 7, file number 16042. Item 8.
Item number 8, file number 16043, complaint filed by Andre Ball against the War Memorial Board of Trustees for allegedly violating Administrative Code, Section 61.16, by failing to make draft minutes of each meeting available for inspection and copying upon request no later than 10 working days after the meeting for the April 14, 2016 draft minutes. The reasoning is the same as the previous item. The respondent acknowledged the problem and has taken steps to correct to ensure that this does not occur again. The committee does not believe additional referral to committee is necessary at this time.
Okay. Member Fisher, same call?
Ditto.
Okay, so moved by Member Fisher,
Second.
second by Member Hinsey. Okay, let's get some public comment. We didn't get public comment on the first one or second one. Let's get some public comment on these.
On both motions or individually?
We can, I'm afraid that we're just going to hear a repeat because they're both so identical. But I think what we want to do before we take public comment on them, if there is a procedural motion that Member Josh Wolf was suggesting to combine these or take them as one vote? What was your suggestion?
I mean, my suggestion was actually to make one motion to approve the recommendations on both items 7 and 8, but we now have two separate motions on the floor, so...
If you want to make a motion to combine them, there's nothing stopping you.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to combine the two motions currently before
Okay,
the
so we're
body.
doing this publicly, and there'll be discussion about it. Is there a second for that motion? Seeing none, the motion dies, so these will be two independent complaints. We'll have public comment on the first one, and we'll have public comment on the second one.
Members of the task force, Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government. Now, I will say on this matter, if the complaints committee does what they did this time and hears the complaint and it streamlines the process based on their complaint, their recommendation, then I think this makes a lot of sense because it does save the full task force the Durham and Strong of going through the entire thing. But it also, in the case where they might decide or recommend not to find a violation, I think it's only reasonable to have the full task force get a recommendation one way or the other, and at least give the members of the task force the right to ask questions to clarify or ask questions of the complainant and the respondent if they need more information to make their decision. But what I'm seeing here right now seems to be very efficient, and since it is clearly a recommendation for finding the violation, and you seem comfortable with that, I certainly don't have any objection. I think it's a very good way to handle it. But again, I would also reassert the idea that if there's going to be from the complaints committee recommendation to either not find a violation or to not find jurisdiction, it should still come back to the full task force to approve or disapprove that recommendation.
Any other public comment? So on item number 7.
Peter Warfield, Library Users Association. I'm not a party to this and not familiar with it, but I have been trying to find the complaints and the dates of the complaints. I think Member Fisher made a point which I think is appropriate, and that is it's one thing to have a violation. If it happens again, I think she said that's another story. So my question is, for your consideration and determination, because I haven't figured it out yet from a rapid look of the materials. Was there a violation and then a second violation that represents a repeat that might lead you to consider that the second one might have been a willful one, or even for that matter, the first one? Were there other violations in the context of which these complaints have been made? So I appreciate taking these separately, but I think that's a relevant question when you get a repeat. It isn't that the person is just coming to annoy you necessarily. It could be that they are repeat violators. And if that's the case, then it's up to you to consider, I think, whether that is the case and what the circumstances are and whether that might lead you to a willful violation finding. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Seeing none, we're ready for a vote. Please call roll.
On the motion to accept the recommendation from the Compliance Amendments Committee for item number 7, file number 16042. Member Eldon.
Aye.
Eldon, aye. Member Josh Wolf.
Aye.
Josh Wolf, aye. Member Copra, absent. Member Tesfa.
Aye.
Tesfa, aye. Member Moss.
Aye.
Moss, aye. Member Kanata.
Aye.
Kanata, aye. Member Fisher.
Aye.
Fisher, aye. Member Hinsey.
Aye.
Hinsey, aye. Highland, absent. Chair Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. The motion passes.
Please call. Okay, so now we're on item number 8.
Yes.
There's a motion and a second on the floor already.
Yes, public comment
Right,
on
public
this.
comment on item number 8. Okay, seeing none, very good. Let's move to a vote on that.
On the motion to accept the recommendation regarding item number 8, Member Eldon.
Aye.
Eldon, aye. Member Josh Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Copra, absent. Member Tesfa.
Aye.
Tesfa, aye. Member Moss.
Aye.
Moss, aye. Member Kanata.
Aye.
Kanata, aye. Member Fisher.
Aye.
Fisher, aye. Member Hinsey.
Aye.
Hinsey, aye. Highland, absent. Chair Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. The motion passes.
Please call the next item.
Item number 9, file number 16054, complaint filed by Anthropo against the War Memorial Board of Trustee for allegedly violating Administrative Code, Section 67.7, by failing to post the current agenda on his internet site at least 72 hours before a regular meeting. On June 21st, 2016, the Compliance Amendments Committee referred the matter to task force with a recommendation to find jurisdiction and find that the War Memorial Board of Trustees violated Administrative Code Section 67.7 by failing to post the June 9th, 2016 agenda on its internet site at least 72 hours before a regular meeting. Regarding the matter, the War Memorial stated that due to new staff members, the respondent acknowledged the problem and has taken steps to correct it. From my understanding, the new employee posted the minutes under agendas instead of minutes sections. Once they were informed of that problem, they did make the correction, and they have taken steps to correct the problem. The committee does not believe additional referral to committee for training or compliance is required at this time.
Okay, is there a motion?
I move to accept the recommendation of the committee.
Moved by Member Hensey. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Moved by, second by Member Fisher. Okay, public comment?
Peter Warfield, not a party to this, but I appreciate and support finding a violation. The task force in the past has sometimes taken the position that, gee, they didn't mean it, they're going to fix it, and then not finding a violation. And I think that's wrong. Certainly, I think the task force can consider the context and what's going on. But if there was a violation, I think it's up to the task force to find one. And it appears to be headed that way, and I support that. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Any discussion, members? Seeing none, let's move to a vote.
On that motion to accept the recommendation from committee, Member Eldon.
Aye.
Eldon, aye. Member Josh Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Copra, absent. Member Tesfa.
Aye.
Tesfa, aye. Member Moss.
Aye.
Moss, aye. Member Kanata.
Aye.
Kanata, aye. Member Fisher.
Aye.
Fisher, aye. Member Hinsey.
Aye.
Hinsey, aye. Highland, absent. Chair Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. The motion passes.
Okay, let's call the next item. Oh, we're on a roll here.
Item number 10, file number 16040, complaint filed by G. Morris against Executive Director Toya Moses, Renee Willette, and the Southeast Community Facilities Commission for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 67.7, 67.8, 67.15 by failing to provide an agenda description that is meaningful and sufficiently clear to alert a person of average intelligence and education whose interests are affected by the item, failing to include information regarding the Sunshine Ordinance in the meeting agenda, failing to properly notice a closed session, and failing to provide an opportunity for members of the public to address the body regarding the April 20th, 2016 meeting.
Okay, do I hear a motion for jurisdiction?
So moved.
Moved by Member Hinsey. Is there a second?
This is a new item.
Yeah, this
the
is,
new item.
and we have jurisdiction on this? I just want
We're
to make,
making that motion at this time.
okay.
Motion was made by Member Hinsey, who,
Is there a second from jurisdiction? No second on jurisdiction.
Second.
Second by Member Eldon. Any discussion on jurisdiction?
Yeah, I mean, I have a question. Isn't this pretty black and white? I mean, either we have jurisdiction or we don't. I mean, is this a nonprofit or is this a city? I'm going to ask through
I
the
believe
chair
it
to.
becomes more complicated than that, in that part of the complaint may not be against, may not be regarding the Sunshine Ordinance.
Through the chair,
Yes.
it's a Southeast Community Facility Commission. It's a subdivision of SFPUC. It's a city agency. Now, whether or not the relief requested is something that the Sunshine Task Force can grant, or if all of the accusations in a complaint are things that fall within Sunshine jurisdiction, you still have jurisdiction to hear the complaint on its merits and see if there's anything that you can resolve or that does fall within your jurisdiction.
Yeah, the test for this is whether the complainant's allegation is actually speaks to the Sunshine Ordinance. If it speaks to some other area of law that's not in our jurisdiction, not in our jurisdiction. So, yeah. Member Eldon.
I mean, so is it? I mean, there are things in here that look like at least some of them would be within our jurisdiction. Is it up to us to pick and choose which?
Well, you look at the complaint as a whole. So in this complaint, it's about something that happened at a meeting. It involves an agenda being posted, how the agenda was posted, and how the meeting operated. So you have areas of the Brown Act, Open Meetings Act, that are applicable to this allegation. So that's the basis of jurisdiction. Okay, let's have public comment. Are you the complainant?
Yeah. Do I get to speak or no?
Yes.
Yes, you do.
May I?
Yes, you may approach.
This is on jurisdiction.
This is jurisdiction, so she can speak on jurisdiction. It's all right. If you want to say something, it's on jurisdiction alone. We're not adjudicating the case right now. That'll come right after we pass this motion. Okay? All right. So seeing no other public comment, no other comments from members, let's move to a vote.
On the motion to find jurisdiction, Member Eldon.
Aye.
Eldon, aye. Member Josh Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Copra, absent. Member Tesfa.
Aye.
Tesfa, aye. Member Moss.
Aye.
Moss, aye. Member Kanata.
Aye.
Kanata, aye. Member Fisher.
Aye.
Fisher, aye. Member Hinsey.
Aye.
Hinsey, aye. Highland, absent. Chair Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. The motion passes.
Okay. Now we start the hearing process. We'll have the complainant come first, 5 minutes. Then we'll have any people, witnesses that have facts or evidence, and then we'll have the respondent, and then anybody speaking on their behalf, and then the task force will take up the item. So Ms. Morris, you have 5 minutes.
Okay. First, I see you guys already have the complaint I filed. I would like to comment of the respondents' response about things that maybe, to me, I feel like are in dispute. Number one, if you look at the respondent's response, it says former Commissioner Theo Ellington did not enter during closed session. I was one of the last people to exit the meeting when it went to closed session. And as I made it to the sidewalk, I seen former Commissioner Theo Ellington, and he asked, was public comment over? I instructed him he was, but he continued to walk in, and he was allowed admissions into a closed session because I was dismissed because it went to closed session. Secondly, regarding Toye Moses, not being a member, a voting member of the commission, Mr. Moses acted, he sat on the same panel as the commissioners. He was a part of all of the hiring interviews, and to me, he acted as a quasi board member, and then that in itself brought influence when he should have recused himself, as to me, he had a conflict of interest in the process that the board had. Secondly, the agenda item. So when you look at that, and I'm not being petty or whatever, but the agenda items is a lot of stuff that was like kind of hiding the ball. If you look at number 5, it wasn't bold. The rule came before what the topic was. It was nothing to say once you could complain. The court heard in like Library Commission versus Gillespie that candidates being heard by a board, the San Francisco board, had a right to privacy. And one of the candidates breached his right of privacy by alerting his supporters about public comment. So I'm kind of moving my way to number 5 on the respondents, because no one, if you look at the agenda, my name was not on there, nor were the other 2 candidates. So when you look at number 6, sentence 2 of number 6 of the response, it says in this case there was a specific period for public comment on the hiring of the executive director. There was appropriate time for the public to show support or in the alternative criticism for a particular candidate. How can that be possible if it's anonymous? And when the board became aware after 7 different people talked about the same person, the board had the authority at that time under the Sunshine Ordinance to suspend that meeting and call us back. And they did not. And to me, by them not taking swift action, they endorsed the conduct of the candidate that used the public comment forum to advance himself. If you look at number 8 regarding Bobby Brown's term expiring, this meeting was so egregious that I started doing a lot of research. And so they said, the respondent's response says that if you look at the chapter, it says section 4.101 of the charter, and says the Southeast Commission is not a charter commission. However, I have an opinion from the City Attorney's Office 2010, which talks about the different committees, and it states that other commissions have been created since the 1932 charter, and those should be treated in the same order as the the 1932 charter. And so the fact that they had a board member whose term expired in 2014 and she was allowed to vote, I mean, this entire process, the only really job of this board is to hire an executive director, and they clearly did not do it appropriately, and they had members, by her not being a holdover member, she was basically like another person in the public in a closed meeting.
Are there any parties or witnesses that are interested in providing any facts or evidence on behalf of the complainant? Seeing none, the respondent. Please state your name for the record.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Renee Willette. I work with the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission. Dr. Toya Moses could not join me tonight. He has actually retired from his position, so I'm here to answer any questions you have. And I think to start out, we believe this was a fair process. We believe that the meeting was adequately noticed. We acknowledge an oversight of the agenda. We did fail to put the Know Your Sunshine rights on the agenda, and so that is something that we will absolutely remedy moving forward. But I think to help in your deliberations, I'd like to take a little bit of time just to answer some questions that might assist in determining facts. One question that you all have posed in your memo was any member of the public who wished to speak during public comment at the meeting at issue denied his or her right to do so? The answer to that is no. All public members had the opportunity to speak at the meeting. Did the commission allow a former member to sit in on a portion of the closed session? The answer to that is also no. The closed session began after all members of the public left the meeting, and I was personally there, advised by our city attorney that the closed session should not begin until all members were out of the building. In terms of legal issues or legal determinations, there's a question about did the commission fail to comply with Administrative Code 667.7 by failing to include a meaningful description of the agenda item in its agenda for the meeting at issue, and I do not believe so. I believe that the agenda clearly stated the purpose of the meeting, and that was included in attachment C of our response. And if we look at the agenda for the commission meeting, item 1 was a call to order. Item 2 was a roll call.
I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt you for a second.
Sure.
Can you just, if you're going to refer to a document, can you tell us what page it's on?
It's attachment C of our response, and it's on the front page of attachment C. I don't know if in that memo.
Well, we have the whole compendium, so.
So if you go to attachment C, it's the very front page.
Attachment C. See the agenda being repeated many times, but not with a letterhead.
There it is. You have it.
What
You're
page?
on that page. Yeah,
what
right
page
there.
is that?
Page 128.
128.
And this attachment. It just is a copy of the agenda that was posted.
Okay.
And just calling your attention to the order of business that is noted. Call to orders. Item 1. Item 2 is roll call. Item 3 is general public comments.
I'm sorry. Hold on a second. Did you restart time? Thank you. Go ahead.
Item 4 is public comments on matters to be discussed in closed session. Then you can see the commission went into closed session. And it says the commission will go into closed sessions to discuss the following items pursuant to Government Code Section 54957 and San Francisco Administrative Code Section 67.10B to consider public employee appointment or hiring for the position of Executive Director of the Southeast Community Facility Commission. So I just wanted to call your attention to that because I believe that this agenda was sufficiently clear and specific to alert a person of average intelligence and education of each item on the business to be discussed. Other questions that you might want to consider: did the commission fail to comply with Administrative Code Section 67.7G by failing to include the Know Your Rights under the Sunshine Ordinance provision? And this I agree with. We did fail to comply that. I've spoken with commission staff, and that will be remedied. We've been advised that this error is not severe enough to warrant requiring holding another meeting on this topic. This oversight didn't have any substantial effect on confusing people to the purpose of this meeting. Other questions: is there evidence suggesting the commission members violated Administrative Code Section 67.5 by having seriatim discussions about candidates for the commission's executive director position prior to the posting of this meeting? And the answer to that is no. The chair and the vice chair of the commission spoke with interested parties in the position on April 6th and 7th, but the full commission was the deliberative body that made the decision on April 20th. Did the commission violate Administrative Code Section 67.10 by allowing certain members of the public to attend the closed session? And again, the answer to that is no. No members of the public were in the closed session that the commission held. And I think finally, the other question that you were looking at is, did the commission violate Administrative Code Section 67.15 by abridging any public comment during the meeting at issue? And again, the answer to that from our perspective is no, that any members of the public who wish to speak at the meeting were provided the full opportunity to speak. So with that, I am happy to answer any questions you have, but thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any members of the public or witnesses to provide any facts or evidence on behalf of the respondent? Okay, seeing none. It's with the task force now. Members? Member Kanata?
I went through the documents, and I mean, I think, admittedly, there was a violation of 67.7 by not providing the Sunshine Ordinance information on the agenda. A lot of the other ones, when I read through it, I didn't see any overt violations that I could pick out. I mean, I think the agenda looked fine. I mean, to the question of whether a member of the public was in closed session, I'd have a question for the complainant on that.
Ms. Morrison.
I mean, when you referred to the fact that a person not on the commission, a member of the public, walked into the building as you were leaving, but did you actually see a member of the public walk in, be part of the closed session?
I'm glad Ms. Willette is here because she can tell you, because she escorted me out. And like I said, I was the last person or one of the last people, and the doors were shut because the meeting concluded to go into the closed session. As I approached the sidewalk, I saw Mr. Ellington, and he asked, was public comment and everything over? I said yes. And then he continued to walk. I walked behind him, and I saw those doors open right back up when everyone else had been escorted out. And you can ask her, she was there.
Okay, thank you. And for the respondent, was the closed session held in the same room as the public session, or was there a room that the commissioners went off to?
It was the same room. So following the opening session, there was a lot of back and forth, people leaving, people coming and going, but the closed session did not begin until all members of the public were exited from the building.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, ma'am, can you give me your name again?
Sure, my name is Renee Willette.
Renee Willette. Okay, I have a question for you, Ms. Willette. When the body decided to go into closed session, what was the process for doing that?
I believe they ended, this was a while ago, so I believe they ended public comment, and then they announced that they would go into closed session. I don't really recall the word for word process, but everyone got up and left. There was a bathroom break. People were coming and going. When it went into closed session, there was no members of the public in the room.
Do we have minutes of that meeting in our packet? No? You didn't see them. Okay. Was this recorded?
There are meeting minutes online. They're posted online, but
Okay.
there are no public meeting minutes from the closed session.
Okay. Was there audio recording of the meeting?
I believe so. I would have to check on that.
Okay. Was there audio recording of the closed session?
No.
Okay. All right, thank you. Members? Member Josh Wolf.
I guess I have a question for both the complainant and the respondent, so we'll start with the complainant. So the when the public comment ended and all of that seems to be the sort of point of disagreement. So did you hear them say that the public comment is closed before you left the meeting?
They did.
Great. Thanks so much. And the respondent, please. Was the public comment reopened when this other member of the public came to speak?
No, no member of the public spoke to the commission once public comment was closed.
So do you have a recollection as to when the gentleman that's been referred to as having come in afterwards, did that person give a statement at public comment?
No, he was not there during public comment.
So he did not give a public comment at all?
That's correct.
Great, thanks.
And Ms. Willett, one question I have. The complainant, Ms. Morris, stated that there was a former member of this body that was allowed to sit in the closed session. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct. She's speaking of the same person,
Okay.
and he was one of the public that arrived and was kind of walking around, but no public person was in closed session when the commission held their closed session.
So it was only the commission members?
And staff.
And staff. That's it. No other invitees?
No other
right?
invitees.
Except for who you were interviewing?
That's correct.
And they came in, got their interview, left?
That's correct.
Called somebody else in?
That's correct. And I was the person responsible for facilitating that process, so I did communicate with each candidate as they came in to present to the commission.
Okay. Yeah, it's just a little hard to follow the flow of everybody's
It's a
point here.
unique commission. They're actually the only commission that has the power to appoint an executive director that isn't subject to civil service rules. So
Right.
it's a unique situation.
Yes, sure. Ms. Morris? So you stated that, and I had read through some of the documents, that this former commission member was actually in the closed session and was allowed to vote.
So
how
I
does that
think
go?
you're mixing up two.
Okay.
One is a former commission member was allowed in after the doors closed for closed session. How long did he stay? Once I saw him allowed in the door, that's just another count to me improper conduct. However, I'm not sure if he stayed. The second member that I'm questioning is Bobby Brown, who term expired in 2014, and she was still on the board and allowed to vote.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Willett, was this Ms. Bobby Brown, what's her status on the commission?
She is currently a commissioner of the Southeast Community Facility Commission. And let me refer back to our response, because I believe we addressed that question in consultation. Let's see. The mayor's office is in charge of appointing all commissioners to the Southeast Community Facility Commission. When a term expires, that person still holds a seat until the mayor appoints a new person. So So Bobby Brown, yes, her term has expired, but she still holds the seat until the mayor decides to elect a new person.
Okay, thank you. So we call those holdovers.
Holdovers, yes, and the formal response is under item 8 in your memo.
Yeah, DC Acola. What is there's a charter, and either you or Administrator Young can answer this question. I'm sure you guys know.
Well, this commission wasn't created by the charter. It was created by the department. So I don't think it's confined by the restrictions in the charter regarding holdover.
But if it was created by the mayor, then it applies.
It was created by the SFPUC.
By the PUC. Okay.
Yes.
Well, All right, so, but under what rules does the PUC, well, but it will be as it may, the mayor is the one who makes the appointments, so
I believe that charter section, which allows a member to only sit for 30 days after their term is expired, it is for very, very specific commissions. There's only 4 or 5 of them that qualify under that rule, such as the police commission and so forth. But I don't have that exact list before me at this time.
Okay. Okay, I'm not going to necessarily try to adjudicate the appropriateness, whether somebody was validly sitting on the body or not. I don't think that's our jurisdiction or purview to do. It's just curious to me because the complainant brought it up to ask the question, just trying to see where this is going. Okay, so let's all right. All right, so let's go for a rebuttal. If there are no more questions. Okay, so the respondent, you have 3 minutes for rebuttal.
I have no rebuttal to offer.
Thank you. And Ms. Morris, you have 3 minutes for rebuttal.
I would just like to say that I think the Bobby Brown position is part of this jurisdiction because the public requires to have the actual appropriate board members present conducting business. And if you have board members that term expired over a year, then that is a grave concern to the public interest. I have this, I don't know if I can submit new information, but the city attorney created a document that includes the Southeast Commission, and this document is 2010. So I know they want to make it neatly crafted that this is a branch from the PUC. This is a body that is governed by the holdover rules. And so if you have a member that holdover time has expired, then that person is basically should be considered as a member of the public because they have no right to be there making any decision, especially term expiring over a year. Thanks.
Thank you. Member Fisher.
Yeah, maybe this is for either Victor or DCA Cola, but I mean, we've had holdovers here for months and months, and they sit and they make decisions, and they're part of this body until they get replaced. So wouldn't this be the same thing with this commission?
I cannot speak specifically to this commission.
I will infer then, or maybe interpret it, that it's similar to ours, where I think Member Hinsey was a holdover for a long time.
Yeah.
I know Member Oka before her was.
Member Eldon and Member Josh Wolf.
I think he was first.
Okay, Member Josh Wolf. Go.
This is a hypothetical, I guess, to both Victor and City Attorney Cola. That was the city attorney part that I was struggling with, actually. Let's say that the holdover is a problematic situation, which we don't necessarily know that it is at this point. Is that even in the purview of the Sunshine Task Force, or what agency, what entity would oversee an improper holdover?
It's not ours. I would maybe take that to ethics.
Yeah, I would. That was my first thought.
Yeah.
Well, my question,
Member Eldon.
My question was how we manage that ourselves based on our own set of bylaws.
Well, no, it's not in our bylaws. Actually, for the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, it's applicable to state law, and that was formally presented by DCA Givner in 2012, I think, I think it's 2012, before the Board of Supervisors. that the Sunshine Ordinance is not applicable to the 30-day rule, that it applies to state law, which has no end time. The holdover can stay there indefinitely. So I'm trying to find the charter section about that, but there's the only thing I could find quickly here is in the beginning of the charter in section 3.100 under the powers and responsibilities of the mayor and the executive branch. Number 15 may make an appointment to fill any vacancy fill a vacancy. An elective office of the city and county until a successor shall have been elected. But I think that's for an election seat. So I'm a little. I'm not sure that it's within our jurisdiction to determine that kind of stuff. I think if there was non-members that were counted as quorum, that would be a different story. If this one person was sitting there and they were not to be a holdover, but they were able to cause quorum to happen, that would then be Brown Act material. If there was already quorum and then there was an additional member, Brown Act does speak to only actual appointed members or elected members can vote in such matters. So that would be our only jurisdiction, I think. DC Acola, does that sound right to you?
Yes, it does.
I think Victor is trying to get some information quickly. I want to close this in 10 minutes.
Charter section 4.1.5.
Okay. Here, holdover service. You got it. Thank you. Okay, so
4.101.5.
Yeah, holdover service by board and commission members. Not too long. I'll just kind of read it through. Application of this section, unless otherwise provided as charter or required by law, the requirements of this section shall apply to members of each appointive body, commission, or other unit of government of the executive branch of the city and county or otherwise created in the charter or charter commission, period. Citizen advisory committees created in the charter shall not be considered. The provisions of this section shall not apply to boards or commissions created under Article 5, which is executive branch arts and culture, or Article 12 under employee retirement health service systems of this charter. B, limitations on holdover service, except as otherwise provided in this charter. The tenure of a member of any charter commission shall terminate no later than 60 days after expiration of the member's term, unless the member is reappointed. A member may not serve as a holdover member of a charter commission for more than 60 days after the expiration of his or her term. The tenure of any person sitting on a holdover member on the effective date of this amendment shall terminate no later than 60 days after effective date of this amendment. Oh yeah, I'm sorry, Member Jeff.
I mean, based on everything I've heard in the last 10 minutes, I'm highly concerned about the properness of this holdover member and the validity of a hiring decision made in this circumstances, but I'm also under the impression that this is not within the jurisdiction of the Sunshine Task Force.
Okay. Member Canada.
Has it been decided, or do we know if this is really a charter commission?
Yes, you may, if you want to clarify.
I can answer your question, sir. This is not a charter commission. This commission was existed in Administrative Code 54, so it is not a charter commission. I pulled up the language, which is in your packet, attachment B. If you could help me with that exact page in your packet, but yeah, so this is Administrative Code Chapter 54, or Section 54, excuse me. If you go down to 54.2, let's see. Section C, appointments of the commission members shall be made not later than 60 days after the effective date of this chapter. Of the members first appointed, there 3 will serve for a term of 2 years, 2 will serve for a term of 3 years, and 2 will serve for a term of 4 years. The term of office of each member shall be determined by the drawing of lots of the first meeting of the commission. Thereafter, members will be appointed for a term of office of 4 years, except that all the vacancies occurring during a term will be filled by an appointment made by the mayor for an unexpired term. Each vacancy shall be filled within 30 days of the occurrence of the vacancy. Now, I know with the history of the Southeast Commission, there have been times where the mayor's office has not made an appointment within those 30 days. And how that commission has operated is that those people have just maintained their membership on the board until the mayor has appointed it. So if that's helpful in clarifying that this is not a charter commission, but it's rather a commission established by the Administrative Code to provide guidance and feedback for our operations in the Southeast. Hopefully that's helpful with clarifying.
Okay, it's the pleasure of you. So, motion? Do we find violation?
I think Member Kanata had pointed out a violation. I'm just trying to backtrack after that conversation. So if you give me a second, I can track it down.
The violation I saw was 67. I think it was G and H, and admitted to by the respondent. So
that was it. So I guess I'll make a motion for a violation of 67.7 G and H.
Second.
Moved by Moss, second by Hinsey. Public comment?
Members of the Task Force, Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government. I'll just make this very brief. I think you are doing exactly the right thing. There was a violation. It needs to be on record, and therefore, if it happens in the future, they can't say, well, it never happened before. And that's one of the reasons I said that coming up with a determination, even in cases where they have corrected the problem or indicated that they, are working on it, it does make a historical record of the fact that they did violate it once, and does not give them, if they should violate it in the future, an easy out by saying, well, this has never happened before.
I'm sorry, this is for the general public for comment. Since your party, as a complainant, you had your time.
But I think you guys forgot another topic to discuss. You discussed about Theo Ellington, the other member, and you didn't decide on that. You just decided on Bobby Brown's position.
Member testify?
I thought that we had decided that we didn't have, enough evidence to say that he was necessarily in the room. There was some discussion where people were going in and out, restroom break to get into closed session, and so he may have walked in after the complainant, but it doesn't mean that he wasn't dismissed.
Okay.
That's where I thought we ended.
That's my recollection of the discussion.
Okay. Everybody else okay with that? No amendments to the motion?
Just like
Member Eldon?
it's just kind of a circumstance where you are going on one person's word of the description of the exact way it happened versus another. I don't know if there's any really record we could consult to confirm exactly how that went down.
There's an audio recording somewhere.
Of the closed session, right?
Not of the closed session.
Not of the closed session.
But everything in and around the closed session.
But would that even show who was in the room at the time necessarily?
Probably not, if it was audio only, unless somebody had video.
Or if they did some sort of roll call or statement, I suppose.
That would have come in the minutes, in the announcement of any action that was taken during closed session. Member Kanata.
Well, the complainant, when the complainant, a question for the complainant, is that appropriate now or not?
I'll allow it if you think it's pertinent to the motion. If it's going to be substantial.
Should we finish public comment prior to any
Okay,
additional questions?
we can do that. Okay, was there any other public comment? Okay, seeing none.
Here's my question.
I'll allow it if people want to overrule me. Okay, if you think that it's substantive to the motion, okay.
Well, it's substantive to her last comment. When you went in for your interview.
Ask her, Ms. Morris.
Ms. Morris. So the closed session was to interview the 3 applicants.
Right.
Correct? So when you went in for your interview, was this person sitting with the commission?
No, my interview was an hour later.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I don't feel we have any, I don't know if there's any way we can prove one way or the other.
Okay. So motion as it stands, ready for a vote? Roll call, please.
On that motion, to find violation of 67.7 G and H, Member Eldon.
Aye.
Eldon, aye. Member Josh Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Copra absent. Member Tesfa.
Aye.
Tesfa, aye. Member Moss.
Aye.
Moss, aye. Member Kanata.
Aye.
Kanata, aye. Member Fisher.
Aye.
Fisher, aye. Member Hinsey.
Aye.
Hinsey, aye. Highland absent. Chair Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. The motion passes.
Okay. One more? Take a break?
No, break.
You want a break? Okay. So we will recess for, what? Come back at 6:40, 10 minutes? Or 15? Okay, we're back in session. Back in session.
Next on the agenda. Item number 11, file number 16046, complaint filed by Ray Hartz against Regina Dickendrenzi and the Small Business Commission for allegedly violating Administrative Code, Section 67.25A, by failing to respond to immediate disclosure request in a timely and/or complete manner and failing to request an extension of time to respond.
Complainant? We need jurisdiction on this, right?
Yes.
Okay, so need a motion for
Motion
jurisdiction?
to find jurisdiction.
We have moved by Hensey. Is there a second for jurisdiction?
Second.
Second by Member Kanata. Discussion?
Is there any public comment
Public
on
comment?
jurisdiction?
Peter Warfield, for the benefit of one of the members in particular, I just want to say I agree.
Any more public comment? Seeing none, members? Okay, move to vote.
Motion to pass jurisdiction, or to find jurisdiction. Member Eldon.
Aye.
Eldon, aye. Josh Wolf, absent. Copra, absent. Member Tesfa.
Aye.
Tesfa, aye. Member Moss.
Aye.
Moss, aye. Member Kanata.
Aye.
Kanata, aye. Member Fisher.
Aye.
Fisher, aye. Member Hinsey.
Aye.
Hinsey, aye. Chair Wolf.
Jurisdiction.
Motion to find jurisdiction. Josh Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Highland, absent. Chair Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. The motion passes.
Okay, let's move to a hearing. Complainant, you have 5 minutes. Mr. Hartz.
Members of the task force, Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government. If you turn to page 195 in your packet, you will see my actual request, and I was very clear about what I was asking for. The request is for all copies of all documents related to your employment with the city, listed in Sunshine Section 6724, Public Information, which must be disclosed. And the second, the bottom paragraph just before my sincerely, it says, as this is an IDR, I would expect a response no later than close of business on Friday, May the 6th, 2016. If you go to page 189. First, I would like to point out the very bottom at the page, the last paragraph. This is an email from Ms. Hervey to me, and basically says, although your request was sent as an IDR under San Francisco Administrative Code, it will require our Human Resources Department to pull the file and redact any personal information protected under privacy laws, and thus it is not a simple, routine, and readily answerable, and we're not going to treat your request as an IDR. The task force has repeatedly ruled that they can't simply say this is not an IDR. Now, what they did respond initially to the request. I'm trying to go back and forth here. On time, but in that request, and it's on page. I can't find, this is kind of strange order. Good heavens. Oh, okay. On page 184 over to 185, they gave a response. It was timely, but it was non-responsive, because if you look at the actual response on the top of page 185, it says personnel files, documents of city and county employees are confidential and are not available. Is there a specific information that you're looking for? Please be more detailed with your request. Number one, the original request clearly stated Section 6734, information which cannot be withheld. All they had to do was open up the Sunshine Ordinance, look at it, and it lists specifically all of the information that they are not allowed to withhold. They did not give that information. They simply said, well, you know, we don't know what you're asking for, when if they had read the law, they would have clearly seen exactly what I was asking for and known what to give me. And then if you go back to page 189 again, you will see that the final response, where it says, Mr. Hartz, please see the attached documents, is dated May 19th. So not only did they decide not to treat it as an IDR, they responded to it not as an IDR, but as a regular request.
May 9th.
No, if you look at the email itself, the subject heading, it says from Hervey Mishi to Ray Hartz, subject immediate disclosure request, date Thursday, May 19th. That's when they actually sent me the documents.
Oh, I see. Here it is. Okay.
Right, and the original request was on May the 5th. So they took 2 full weeks to return it, and simply said, we're not going to recognize it as an IDR. So the first response was non-responsive because they acted like they didn't know what I was asking for, when I made it very clear in my response what I was asking for. And then they said, although this was sent as an IDR, we're not recognize it as an IDR. And they didn't respond to it as an IDR, they just responded to it as a regular request. And if you look at the documents that they actually did provide, including the redaction, that is certainly something they could have responded to within the time frame of an IDR. And I knew exactly, or pretty closely exactly, what the amount of documents I was asking for was, and felt it was very reasonable to make it an IDR.
Any persons or witnesses provide facts or evidence on behalf of the complainant? Seeing none, respondent, you have 5 minutes. Please state your name.
Regina Dickendriese, Director of the Office of Small Business. So I think
Before you begin, I just wanted to disclose that I know Ms. Dickendriese socially, but I don't think it will cloud or cause me to be biased in this case.
So I think first I want to explain the process of dealing with our IDR requests. So the Office of Small Business, we're a small department of 6, and as sort of traditional sort of department structures, often small departments get put under larger departments, and so we're under the larger umbrella of the Office of Economic and Workforce Development. So under the Office of Economic and Workforce Development, when there are items that are not specifically commission related to meetings, commission actions, then the process is Maisha Hervey is the person who responds to the IDR requests. Since this was a request for personnel records, I do not retain personnel records in my presence. So I immediately referred it to our HR director for the Office of Economic and Workforce Development, who then also referred it to Maisha Hervey. So this, I was not aware that this was their first time of dealing with a personnel record, so they were definitely misinformed of what their obligation was, or were ill-informed. I shouldn't say misinformed, but ill-informed of what their obligation was in terms of disclosing the documents that Mr. Hartz requested. So Maisha Hervey, as Mr. Hartz did identify, that on May 6th, she did respond saying that personnel records are confidential, and we now know that that is an incorrect response. And then Mr. Hartz did reply back with the full detail of the section of the Sunshine Ordinance that does inform of the sections of the personnel records that can be disclosed. So with that, then Maisha Hervey did respond to Mr. Hartz on May 9th, informing him that this request requires a 10-day response time to be able to get the records. So, and then the response was provided within that 10 days. So and maybe in closing, I will say that as a result of this, process, we now at the Office of Economic and Workforce Development, we are Maisha Hervey and our HR director want to convey to you that they are now very clear on what documents need to be made available per Sunshine request, and will not have the same initial response moving forward.
Thank you. Is there any persons or witnesses to present facts or evidence on behalf of the respondent? Seeing none. Task force members? No. Us first, and then public comment. Anybody have questions? Member Canada.
I'm just trying to get the timelines here from what I see. The original request was dated the 4th, but it was actually emailed on the 5th. And that is when the immediate disclosure request was determined not to be by the department. And then they ask, so for the 10-day extension, so that, the 10-day extension to me would have been the 17th and not the 19th when the documents were received.
Yeah, but if the request was received on the 5th, then it'd be 10 days from the 5th.
Okay. So then it would be even before that.
DCA caller.
If you take a look at my memo on page 156, I took a pretty close look at all of the documents provided by both parties on this one. I laid a timeline out in my background section. So
What I was doing.
Complainant did allege that he made the initial IDR on May 4th, but in the email documents that he sent out to us, it showed that the email was actually sent out on Thursday the 5th. And in the IDR, he did state that he wanted all of documents related to employment with the city of San Francisco listed in Sunshine Ordinance Section 6724. And on Friday, he received an email saying that those sort of documents were exempt from public records disclosure. What I found in the documents, there were some internal emails from the Small Business Commission that went back and forth, and apparently they left out the initial IDR when they passed it along to who was actually servicing the request. So they didn't get that there was a 67.24 requirement in there, and they just issued a blanket denial of the documents because they just said HR documents aren't allowed, are exempt from disclosure. So the follow-up that the complainant sent was on Saturday, May 7th. So nobody saw it until Monday when they responded, the 9th. And that's when they invoked the extension. And then on May 19th, 10 days after they invoked the extension, they provided the allegedly responsive records. So,
But Ms. Hervey, in her own words, in her own writing, said that she's not considering it an IDR, which would be a violation. They have no authority to determine to discount or in any request in that way.
I'm not opining one way or another
Okay.
whether or not she said it was an IDR. I'm just laying out the time frame of when they provided responsive records and the email correspondence. So the initial IDR was made on the 5th. There was a reply on the 6th, a blanket denial. The 7th was a Saturday where he said, where the complainant came back and said, you're required to give me this information under 67.24.
Mm-hmm.
And on the following Monday, when they went, presumably when the Small Business Commission employees came back into the office, they replied invoking a 10-day extension from that point. And from that point, Monday to 9th, until the 19th is when they offered the response.
Okay, so I guess what we're saying here is that because Ms. Dickendrizi doesn't have the information, she referred it properly to Ms. Hervey, correct? Is that what you're saying?
From the information that was provided by the commission?
Step. Yeah.
The IDR was sent to one party at the Small Business Commission.
Mm-hmm.
They, instead of forwarding the original IDR request, it looks like they just paraphrased what the IDR request was to the person who was actually servicing it,
Mm-hmm.
and they left out the part that they wanted all of these employment records that were disclosable under 67.24.
Okay.
That's why the initial response that came back didn't acknowledge what was required under 67.24. It was a blanket denial.
Okay.
So it looks like there was some sort of a miscommunication or an error in communication internally within the commission itself.
Got it. Okay, thank you. Members, anything? Questions, answers, nothing? Okay, let's move to public comment. Public comment on this item?
Did we do rebuttals?
Yeah, we'll do rebuttals, right. So, Ms. Dickendrizi, you have 3 minutes for rebuttal.
I'm not sure what was included in your packet, but my understanding is that the IDR request that I did forward over did include the exact, included the entire email that Mr. Hartz sent, so that his initial email did not have the full spelled out listing of that section of the code, but just had the section of the code listed in the IDR. So, and then just to also note that I did also inform on May 7th to Mr. Hart that Ms. Hervey, just to confirm that Ms. Hervey would be the person who would be ensuring that there is follow-up on my behalf. So, but to that point, I just want to make sure that I forward over the exact email to Annabelle, our HR director, who then forwarded on to Ms. Hervey.
Thank you. Mr. Hartz, 3 minutes.
Whether or not they sent an email including my exact initial response is, I think, kind of irrelevant. The request was to Ms. Sindrisi for her own records, and I think she probably, when got it at 8 o'clock in the morning, her ears perked up and she said, oh, I need to check on this. But they waited another day until 3 o'clock the following afternoon to send me the non-responsive thing. And if they had sent it on a more timely basis, I could have sent my response rather than on a Saturday. I could have sent them to them later on Friday afternoon, and they could have responded. But I think it's more clear that the initial response was non-responsive, the one that I got on the afternoon of the 6th. It was incorrect in the fact that it said these records are not viewable. And basically then it took until Monday, and it kind of sounds like because they didn't understand the law, I'm going to be penalized. They violated the law. They did not respond on a timely basis. Their initial response was non-responsive because it basically said these records are not disclosable, which they've admitted was not true. And again, I would like this on a violation found to have it on the record so that there is a historical record that this was made. And I also think it is very important to look at the response from the office that actually did respond, saying that they're not going to recognize it as an IDR. This task force has ruled on numerous occasions that the department does not have the option of simply saying, we don't recognize this as an IDR. If they had recognized as an IDR, responded to an IDR, and also on the one I got on the 6th, they did not invoke the extension. They didn't invoke the extension until the following Monday, and my understanding of the law is, and what the task force has ruled prior is, I have to respond by close of business the following business day, and if my response is that I'm invoking an extension, I need to invoke this extension then. They waited until Monday to respond, not through my fault, but because they waited so late for the initial response, and and then responded on the 9th saying we need 10 more days, but they weren't saying we're invoking the extension for the IDR. They said we're not recognizing it as an IDR, and we're taking 10 days as if it were a normal response. And all of that, the whole chain of events is all multiple violations of the ordinance.
Okay, public comment?
Are there any motions?
Right. Is there a motion? Well, I think the incident of outwardly discounting the IDR, I think to me is clear because we just in a past meeting had found violation for that, and this was in the person's own words again that they're not going to consider it. This is the second time I've seen that. And so that would be 725. Okay, yep.
Is that a motion?
I'm trying to see if there's formulate my parts here. Okay, that's it, 6725A. Member Canada.
Yeah, and since the original IDR dated the 4th of May, included the Sunshine Ordinance, Section 6724, asking for that type of personnel information, I think that there's a violation in just the flat refusal of handing over the documents initially.
Okay. Would you like to make that motion?
Okay, I move that there's a violation on 6724C and 6725A.
Right. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Member Canada, second by Member Tesfaye. Okay, let's go to public comment.
Peter Warfield, Library Users Association. I'm not connected to this case, but I appreciate the motion that was made. I think that certainly there's a question whether this was a willful violation. Mr. Hartz did what I consider to be a favor to the department by his vigorous provision of much more information than was required on his part, which would have presumably helped them to understand what the law was and also to understand what the time requirements were. Personally, myself, I like to take a softer approach. Personally, I like to take a softer approach and not, as it were, provide legal and a legal context if I can avoid it. In other words, I prefer to ask people for information and expect that they will respond in the correct manner. As I said, I think sometimes that provision of all that information may seem a little tough, but by no means does it mean that they have any reason to categorically dismiss something when they have been provided the aid of having had chapter and verse cited. So I think your motion is one that I would certainly support, and I think you might consider it a willful violation because of all the assistance that Mr. Hartz gave to them so as to avoid a violation. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Seeing none, back to the task force. Any further comments? Motions, amendments, nothing. Okay, let's move to a vote.
On a motion to find violation of 67.24C and 67.25A, Member Eldon.
Aye.
Eldon, aye. Member Josh Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Copra, absent. Member Tesfaye.
Aye.
Tesfaye, aye. Member Moss.
Aye.
Moss, aye. Member Canada.
Aye.
Canada, aye. Member Fisher.
Aye.
Fisher, aye. Member Hinsey.
Aye.
Hinsey, aye. Highland, absent. Chair Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. The motion passes.
Next item, please.
Item number 12. File number 16047, complaint filed by Ray Hartz against Mark Dwight, the Office of Small Business and the Small Business Commission for allegedly violating Administrative Code, Section 67.9A and 67.15C by failing to make the April 25, 2016 meeting agenda available in a timely manner and failing to accept public comment on the agenda items numbers 7, 8, 9, and 10.
Okay, motion for jurisdiction.
I'll move for jurisdiction.
Moved by Member Moss,
Second.
second by Member Hinsey. Public comment? Seeing none. Members? Let's move to a vote.
On the motion to find jurisdiction, Member Eldon.
Aye.
Eldon, aye. Member Josh Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Corporate absent. Member Tesfa.
Aye.
Tesfa, aye. Member Moss.
Aye.
Moss, aye. Member Kanata.
Aye.
Kanata, aye. Member Fisher.
Aye.
Fisher, aye. Member Hinsey.
Aye.
Hinsey, aye. Highland, absent. Chair Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. The motion passes.
Okay, complaining, Mr. Hartz, you have 5 minutes.
Members of the task force, Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government, and this was kind of a no-brainer. On page 209 of your packet, the final paragraph in response to the complaint, it reads, if it is my understanding that not all commissions or boards call for public comment after director or commission reports or announcements, goes on some unnecessary verbiage. And then in the middle it says, however, in my review of Mr. Hartz's complaint, I did notice that the Small Business Commission does state on its agenda, public comment will be taken before or during the Small Business Commission's consideration of each agenda item. And I was, when you're a member of the public and you know what the law is and you know it's being violated, there's a temptation to stand up, and I'm well known for doing that, and say, you know, you're violating the law. But in this particular case, I kind of waited until general public comment, which is item number, I think, 11. And I got up and I said to the presiding officer, I said, you know, the Sunshine Ordinance requires that you take a public comment on each agenda item. And his response was, we take public comment when it's appropriate. And I kind of like, you know, said, okay, well, that's your position. I guess where I know where we're going next. As far as the agendas go, I walked in the middle of the meeting. I had actually been at a Sunshine, I think, subcommittee or the Sunshine meeting. I can't remember which it was, and was heading out and just, I saw it was Small Business Commission, and I used to run a small business for about 15 years in Hawaii, so I thought I'd like to see kind of what they do, and I walked in. There were no agendas on the table. Miss Dick Andreezy states there that states in her response that we normally print 7 copies, but when I walked in the room, there was only one member of the public there besides myself. So unless a bunch of people came in earlier, took all the agendas and left, I think there should have been agendas, but there weren't. But that one is sort of a, you know, you need to make more agendas or at least have them available so that if somebody asked for one, they could. But it was very clear that the chair was under the impression that he did not have to take public comment, even though their own agenda stated that they did. And when I brought it up, his response to me, I felt, was rather dismissive, and that's the reason I brought the complaint. You know, I have gone to public meetings, and I typically, at my first meeting of any board or commission that I go to, I tell them that I'm here primarily for 2 things. One, to ensure that members of the public who have public comment are allowed to make that comment without being disrupted or interfered with. And number 2, that all the rules of the Sunshine Ordinance are followed. And in many cases, when I identify an item like this, I've had people say, you know, thank you for that information, we'll look into it or whatever. And they're a little more accepting of the input rather than being, as what the chair at that meeting was very dismissive. We'll take public comment when we think is appropriate. Okay, so they violated the ordinance. They did 3 separate agenda items. So, end of story.
Any persons or witnesses provide facts or evidence on behalf of the complainant? Seeing none, the respondent, you have 5 minutes.
Again, Regina Dick-Andreezy, Director of the Office of Small Business, and I am here for the Small Business Commission and for Commission President Mark Dwight. So I first want to address the agenda. So the agenda was posted definitely on the bulletin board next to room 400. We did have 7 copies. We did have an unusual turnout for item number Item number 4, which was a presentation update, item number 5, which was dealing with a presentation from the Mission business community on the 14 Mission Rapid Transit Project. So from that, those attendees who attended that meeting, they took the agenda. So by the time Mr. Hartz arrived, the agendas were gone. To ensure that we don't repeat that situation again, we are doing 2 things. We are making additional copies of the agendas, but we are also creating a binder so that should the agenda or any explanatory documents run out, we have at least a binder that contains all the materials for the meeting. So it's just unfortunate that Mr. Hart wasn't there at the beginning of the meeting and would have been able to get an agenda at that particular time. For the second item, so when Mr. Hartz came in, it was item number 7, 8. The items that he's listing are the director's report, president's report, commissioner's report, and new business. So not all of those were their items. One that the commission had comments or responded to. I have copies of the minutes if you would like that. What I will say is probably not good practice, clearly, is that that our commission meetings, by that particular point in the meeting, after all the important items are heard in terms of legislative matters or policy matters, we tend not to have members of the public at that time. And so I can probably say we've gotten a little laxed on the calling for public comment. That said, Mr. Hart had clearly, in his IDR requests, made me look at our agenda. So I can't deny that what our agendas say and what we did not fully act on what our agendas say. So while I do know that there are commissions who do not call for public comment on the director's reports and commissioner, comments and questions, those sections of the agendas, that's sort of a side point. What's really the important point is that our agenda does say that we do call for public comment after each agenda item, and we clearly did not do that. So I'm fully acknowledging Mr. Hart's complaints on that.
Okay, thank you. Any persons or witnesses present facts or evidence on behalf of the respondent? Seeing none. Task force members? Questions, answers? No? Okay, let's move to rebuttal. Ms. Dickendriese, you have 3 minutes for rebuttal.
So I do want to, I think maybe since I'm new to all this, I do want to say that in terms of his claim about the not having the agendas available, I disagree with that. We did not anticipate the volume of people attending our meetings, but we had made copies of the agenda available. So I do not agree with his claim for that, but do have to agree. I cannot rebut what Mr. Hart is saying on the second matter in terms of public comment.
Thank you. Mr. Hart?
Again, there's nothing in the ordinance that says you have to have enough agendas for what you think are going to be there. It says you need to have agendas for any member of the public who wants one, and they were not available. End of story. One of the things that I think anybody who knows that I've been doing this for a long time is I really do kind of act as a secret shopper at boards and commissions, and I go in and I just kind of sit back and I watch whether or not they follow the law. And in cases where they don't, I get up and I try to say, what I did in this case, you're not following the law, and would you please do so? And the responses I get are one of two. One is, thank you for bringing that to our attention. We'll look into it. And the next time I go back to the meeting, they're doing it correctly. The second is what I did get, which was we take it when it's appropriate. And that's been acknowledged as inappropriate. And whether other boards or commissions are not following their own agenda, which is where they got this from, this is the Sunshine Ordinance part of the agenda, is kind of irrelevant. One of the things that I would also bring up is that one of the other issues that I have not filed a complaint on was the fact that they were about 9 months behind on all their minutes for the Small Business Commission. And they have been responsive to that. They told me that there was nobody in the position to do it for a long time, and they have been on a kind of, I think, weekly, maybe every 10-day basis, sending me a copy of their minutes, and they are catching up. I think they're caught up to March now. So I would like the task force to acknowledge, and Ms. Riccandrisi to acknowledge, this is not a punitive effort on my part. It's just simply get people to follow the law. And in the case of the minutes, they are acting in good faith. They are catching up on their minutes, and I don't see any need to file a complaint. In this particular case, because of the response I got, I did. And again, I want a public record that they've been notified of this, so that if I should go back, which I intend to do, to a future meeting and they fail to follow the law, I don't get the same kind of response if I wait to general public comment and call it to their attention as I did in this case.
Wait, so Mr. Hartz, are you saying that you don't want us to take action on this?
Oh, no, I do. That's what I said. I do want the violation, so there's a historical record that they did violate the ordinance by not asking for public comment, and also by not having the agendas available.
All right. Okay. Member Moss.
Oh, so I want to think about this issue of running out of agendas. Like, how has the committee dealt with this in the past? I mean, I can imagine a situation where a committee prints 100 copies for something where they think that only 10 people ever show up, and then suddenly 1,000 people show up. Are they just by default in violation, or is there a way for them to go and do they need to stop the meeting and print copies, or is it, has this come up before is basically my question.
Do you want to say something?
Well, in my experience, meetings that I've attended for work like this, they'll have a printer on site, so as they run out of agendas, they keep printing them. Even for smaller meetings, they'll have a small printer that can usually handle a couple of agendas, if not more.
Member Eldon and Member Fisher.
Is that something that the city budgets for various agencies provide for? Because if they don't have the money to spend on a printer and to print all of that, I mean, I don't know, it seems like every possible committee in every possible room of it sounds like it adds up. And I know that there have been budget cuts, and so I wonder if it's even possible to fully follow the law based on, it sounds like it could be a catch-22 situation.
Member Fisher, Member
Yeah,
Josh
I mean,
Wolf.
a lot of the meetings I've been to, it's a crapshoot, and I think you want to have a balance between not printing too much. I'll go with Member
Moss.
Moss. I was going to your first name. Member Moss is saying, I'll go the opposite. You print out 100 of these, and only 10 people show up, and they're double-sided. We're throwing a lot of paper away. So, what I've dealt with in the past is, be polite and look on with your neighbor.
Member Josh Wolf.
I mean, I think that the binder is a legitimate solution to this situation. There is no clear explanation as to how to mitigate the supply versus demand, and it seems like the department has attempted to try to do that, and they've added a little bit more. And maybe there is a technical violation here, but I do feel that the binder is a solid solution that insulates against that being a problem. And maybe if it becomes an issue, having two binders so that one can be looking at it while the other's sitting on the desk. But I don't know whether that's likely to even be of an issue. But it certainly doesn't. The two binders thing goes beyond where I see the Sunshine Ordinance going.
Member
I was
Canada?
just going to ask if the agendas online are easily downloadable.
I'm sure they are, but when you're in the meeting, and you don't have a device with you, it's, you have that situation.
And just to clear, to carry on with Josh, I mean, Member Wolf, I'm sorry, pulling it off of the door to bring it inside would probably cause problems too, because there was one posted outside, like not in a binder on the door. That's not the same thing. I'm not really getting to a good question here.
Well, if the agenda the meeting notice needs to be posted outside of the room or the building that is readily apparent to the general public.
Okay.
So if you remove it during the meeting, I don't know, it's after the meeting's already started, but, if somebody's walking the halls looking for the meeting and they can't find the sign that tells them the meeting's happening here, then you have a possible issue there. Because somebody could do that and then you can't find the meeting, something happens, you miss your turn to speak, and then the public's not served.
Right.
So the thing here is, here's a little bit of history. So there was in 2011, I think, there was a meeting of a committee of the Board of Supervisors. There was some amendments that were brought in the middle of the meeting, and it was a packed room with overflow in another room. And they did bring agendas, they did bring documents with them, as the ordinance requires, but they only brought 50, and there were probably 300 people present. So those people that didn't have the document were not served, and the task force found them in violation for that. So they could have stopped the meeting. They could have run down the hall to the clerk's office and say, hey, can you print up another 50 or 200 or 300 for us? Or do you have a few binders that people can look on with each other? That kind of thing. But the attempt has to be made. That's my feeling on this. Member Eldon.
So, what in that situation does stopping, it just sort of raises more questions for me, does stopping the meeting create a violation or delaying it or anything like that? If they run out of paper or they're not near a printer, does that create how does one define
the body, just like when we take a recess to take a break, the body can stop whatever they're doing and say, for the benefit of the public, in sunshine, whatnot, they could do that. DCA color.
If you guys look at page 205 of your packet, the relevant code section of the Sunshine Ordinance is on there, and the most relevant portion of that is italicized. It's 67.9. It says that agendas shall be made available to the public. So taking that into consideration, I would ask Mr. Hartz whether or not he asked for a copy of the agenda when he came in. And then I would maybe ask Ms. Dick-Andresi whether or not additional copies, it's easy to make additional copies in the event that they do run out. And then maybe determine which way you want to go on 67.9 in that regard.
Okay, Mr. Hartz.
Yes, when I first came in and saw the table, there was no agenda. I asked for an agenda and then sat through 3 more items, and I was just basically told we don't have any more. So, at some point, I think you have to. I understand what you're trying to do is, the whole balance. But what if a group says we're just going to have 2 agendas, 2 copies? Is that still?
I understand. I just asked if you asked for the agenda.
I asked for the
All right,
agenda, and
thank you.
I was told to sit down and be quiet.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Dick-Andresi?
Yes, so Mr. Hart asked for or identified that there weren't copies of the, my recollection is Mr. Hart's identified that there weren't copies of the agenda available during the time that he spoke at item number 11 during public comment. There, I would say I think for small commissions, if this is really an important item, then hearing rooms should include a printer for small commissions if there is the need to make additional items. But if Mr. Hartz had asked for specifically had asked for an agenda and not identified that there weren't agendas available, we likely could have given him a copy of the commission secretary's agenda.
Thank you. Okay, members, so there's two items here before us. There's the agendas not being available, and there's the public testimony portion. Is there a motion?
So I also had a question about, because we in the documents we're looking at 6715C, but hearing the discussion, I was wondering if 67.15D was applicable here, because Mr. Hartz had talked about kind of being shut down as he was raising this issue of public comment.
I don't think I caught that. How is he shut down?
Mr. Hartz? I may have misheard, so let me ask
Okay.
Yes.
So when you brought up the issue of public comment, what did they say to you during the meeting?
I got up at general public comment after sitting through 7, 8, 9, and 10. At 11, which was general public comment, I got up and I said, Sunshine Ordinance requires that public comment be taken on each agenda item. And the response from the presiding officer was, we take comments when it's appropriate.
Okay, so you weren't, beyond that, you weren't prohibited from saying more on this issue?
No.
Okay. That answers my question.
He doesn't apply. Okay, so anybody got a motion?
I'd like to make a motion. I'd like to make a motion to find violations of section 67.9A and 67.15C.
Second.
Moved by member Tesfaye, second by member Hinsey. Public comment?
Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. Certainly, we would support the motions made. I was going to say, how sharper than a serpent's tooth, and then ask if somebody knows how sweeter than. In other words, the opposite. I appreciated Ms. Dickendree's acknowledgement of error, and I thought it was a welcome breath of fresh air compared with some of the tortured arguments and reasonings that sometimes have come before the task force. I do think that most people would understand that when somebody says there are no agendas available in the room, I think that's a bit of a semantic twist to say we didn't really know that that meant the person wants them. I suppose a person could comment that there are 3 large panels of brown wood behind you, and how would we know that he wanted 3 panels? This was a very specific thing from somebody participating in a meeting, and I think that it doesn't take a lot of thinking to understand that that kind of a comment would merit getting that person a copy. I have been to meetings, in my experience, where folks who were participating in the meeting, members of the staff and other people, simply would rush out and go upstairs to their own office or downstairs and just simply quickly make a few copies. I don't think that that's something that is terribly difficult, especially within City Hall. And I think that that is an easy solution. And of course, you've already discussed the matter of having a a binder, or if you want, a thing on a board like in a museum or on a chain, there are ways of making sure that there will be at least 1 or 2 copies always available in the room. You don't have to plan for every possible contingency. So certainly we support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Seeing none. Members, anything else? Good for the cause?
Just
Member
one
Canado.
quick thing, and it just occurred to me. Most meeting rooms have audio-visual. We have it here. When a member who's giving public comment does not need that audio-visual, the agenda could actually be shown on there as another fallback situation.
It's true, except when you have an agenda like ours, you have a lot of attachments, and then it's having all the documents that are part of that agenda too. So for the purposes of seeing what's going on, I agree with you, but the ordinance is pretty expansive on that, and specific on that part. Okay, anything else, folks? Okay, let's move to a vote.
On that motion, Member Eldon.
Aye.
Eldon, aye. Member Josh Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Copra absent. Member Tesfa.
Aye.
Tesfa, aye. Member Moss.
Aye.
Moss, aye. Member Kanata.
Aye.
Kanata, aye. Member Fisher. Aye. Fisher, aye. Member Hinsey.
Aye.
Hinsey, aye. Highland absent. Chair Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. The motion passes.
Okay, next item.
Next on the agenda, item number 13, file number 16053, complaint filed by Joe Inkno against Officer Candy Hilder and the Police Department for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 67.21 by failing to respond to a public works request in a timely and/or complete manner.
Motion for jurisdiction, please.
So moved.
Moved by Member Kanata.
Second.
Second by Member Hinsey. Public comment? Seeing none. Members, any comments? Let's move to a vote.
On the motion to find jurisdiction, Member Eldon.
Aye.
Eldon, aye. Member Josh Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Copra absent. Member Tesfa.
Aye.
Tesfa, aye. Member Moss.
Aye.
Moss, aye. Member Kanata.
Aye.
Kanata, aye. Member Fisher.
Aye.
Fisher, aye. Member Hinsey.
Aye.
Hinsey, aye. Highland absent. Chair Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. The motion passes.
Okay, Mr. Ekno, you have 5 minutes. And did we pronounce that correctly? Your last name?
You did, yes. It's Ekno. I guess I'll start. I work for Baker Places as a case manager. On February 1st, a client of mine went missing. I filed a missing persons report. I requested a copy of the police report on the 4th of February. The records show that they received it on the 8th. I did not receive a response from the police department until March 30th. It contained the response to my first request and then a follow-up request that I had sent several weeks later. Their reasoning was that it was denied because of California Gov Code 62548. Based on my research, that had something to do with city councils, or it had absolutely nothing to do with what I had requested. In addition to the fact that they waited nearly 2 months to respond to both, and they sent them both at the same time. So it was just sitting there for at least a month, the first one. And this was important because I needed to demonstrate that I had done everything possible to take care of a vulnerable client who had gone missing, and it obviously was not taken seriously, and I couldn't provide that demonstration for them. And
Okay. Any persons or witnesses to provide any facts or evidence on behalf of the complainant? Okay, seeing none, respondent. You have 5 minutes.
Good evening, members. I am.
Pull the microphone toward. There you go. Pull it. Just pull it. Yeah, there you go.
I'm sorry. I am Maria Suriaco. I'm a sergeant with the San Francisco Police Department, representing the Risk Management Legal Division. And in response to Mr. Ekno's complaint, I'm actually here in place of Lieutenant Wallen. In any case, and correspondence was directed to the Sunshine Ordinance with regards to the complaint and attachments that were included. I hope you all have that. It shows our policies with regards to the release of police reports, including, I believe also was included was our department bulletin for the protocol for release of police reports. So in response to that, it indicates that written documents, let me just read the letter on here. It indicates that the additional information request was written documentation of existing authority in code or statutes that allow the withholding, and the site section that was indicated for not releasing the report was 6254F. And I think when Mr. Ekno was referring to the response he got back, that 8 was cursive and that was an F. So I've been told by the officer that responded to this request, submitted to our Special Victims Unit by our records management, our crime information services, that they have since obtained a stamp. So the section would be more legible than having it printed. In any case, her response back to us when legal investigated the complaint, she also cites that the missing persons report, police report to the requester, was denied based on 2 factors. The person listed in the report as being missing is a victim. Therefore, the victim has a right to privacy, per again citing the 6254F government code. She also indicates on the response that the police report clearly mentions details of the victim's medical information, including medications taken by the missing victim, therefore making this a HIPAA violation of California Government Code 6254, parentheses small c, releasing medical information. As far as the request, that request actually went through our records management and not through the legal division, which typically receives California Public Records Act requests. Our records management is the department division of the department that maintains all police reports. They have their own protocol. They submit the request to the specific unit handling the investigation, in which case this was missing persons out of our Special Victims Unit. That unit then directs the request to the investigating sergeant, who will then either approve or disapprove the request, in which case this In this instance, it was disapproved based on those codes that I had just mentioned.
Okay. Thank you.
Excuse me, would you mind providing me your spelling of your name later on? If you just write
Write
it
it
down
down?
for me later?
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
Thank you. Is there any persons or witnesses to provide any facts or evidence on behalf of the respondent? Okay, seeing none. Task force members, the matter's with you, with us.
So,
Member Moss.
Chair Wolf, I saw that you had submitted questions to the police department that you wanted answered. Is that not correct?
I believe you brought up that additional information would be helpful, and I took it upon myself to write to the police department asking that they provide additional information.
Okay.
Well, I was just going to ask how their responses, what your interpretation of their responses were, because you had raised the questions.
I didn't review them. What page are they on?
The questions themselves are on page 244. And I believe the responses are going to be on, is it?
I believe on 224 are the responses from the police department to the questions.
Oh, okay. Yeah, these are somewhat the typical questions that I was bringing up during the Department of Emergency Management case.
Right.
So, I'm sorry, respondent, what is her name again? Officer, can you please restate your name just so we can?
Maria, M-A-R-I-A, Hermina, H-E-R-M-I-N-A, last name Ciriaco, C as in Charlie, I-R-I-A-C-O.
And your rank?
I am a sergeant of police.
Sergeant, okay,
Thank
thank you. So, don't go away.
Oh, sorry.
So, I posed some questions I didn't expect to have go out, but these are kind of standard questions that come up when an agency, and most of the times it's law enforcement or health services, social services, whatever, where they're managing possible confidential information. While they may be citing the correct code, saying that certain information is confidential, they also then have to bear some burden of proof that the information that they are trying to withhold is actually covered under the law. And so we've had cases where, 3 people in a room determine that it's confidential, but there's no actual, substance in the law that says that particular piece of information is protected. So it's kind of a two-step thing. You can note an umbrella, but then you got to kind of tell us how the umbrella is protecting what's underneath it. So I'm wondering if you have any information with regard to that. So this in getting the report that Mr. Ekno is requesting, you're citing possibly the correct law to protect all kinds of information, but this particular piece of information, where is there some written policy, some written law that says this particular piece of information is protected under some rule?
Okay, let me get your question clear in my head. You're asking me if I know a particular part of the report that I can say is covered under the 6254C? Is that what you're
Right.
asking? Okay.
Why is this document protected? Is there some law that says it's protected?
Okay, I guess I'm a little confused. Let me be clear. I actually have not seen the incident report. it's one that was not provided to legal. So I'm going based on the email correspondence from the officer that handled the request assigned to Special Victims Missing Persons. So according to that email correspondence, the report includes this missing person, this victim's medication and medical condition, from what I understand, based on the email I'm looking at. So it doesn't specify specifically what those prescriptions are, which, in my
Okay,
understanding...
I'm going to stop you there because
okay.
I think you're on the verge of revealing too much information.
Yeah, I just don't know.
Want
So
you
I'm...
to do that here on the public record.
Okay.
So, Member Moss?
So in the packet, what was provided to us is a general order from the police department regarding the release of police reports.
What page, please?
This is on page, it's 226. And this seems to be pointing to some of the answers you're looking for, because it does talk about under what circumstances they can withhold a police record. But I'd like to point out that this order is dated 5 years before the Sunshine Ordinance, so it perhaps needs to be updated or looked at by the police department. But it does say in here that if documents are withheld, the department must explain in factual terms how the public interest would be harmed. I'm not sure if I saw a document reflecting that factual term.
Would that factual term be when they cited 62.4 C?
F? Is it C or is it F?
Well, C is the one with the medical information, and then they also... Pardon?
They cited F. C was not raised.
Right. And Member Moss, I would just say if you go to the top of page 226, is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
So it does mention the Sunshine Ordinance.
Oh, it does?
Yeah.
Maybe I'm reading this wrong.
The order is drafted to comply with the Public Records Act, California Government Code, et sequitur.
Right. Okay.
San Francisco Sunshine Ordinance, Administration Code, Chapter 67. The ordinance was created in 93.
Okay, I was looking at the Sunshine Ordinance of 99.
Oh, okay.
that it predates. So, but in any event, their procedures do say that that the department must explain in factual terms how the public interest would be harmed.
Right.
But I'd also point out that 6254F does have a section that says, notwithstanding any other provision of the subdivision, state and local law enforcement agency shall make public the following information, except to the extent that disclosure of a particular item of information would endanger the safety of a person involved in an investigation or would endanger the successful completion of the investigation or a related investigation. And then there's a few things in there, including the full name and occupation of every individual arrested by the agency, along with various characteristics of them, things related to the time and location of all complaints or requests for assistance. So there's a whole bunch of stuff that even if you claim the 6254F exemption, that you may need to still provide. I feel like I've just spat out a mouthful of numbers and clauses there.
Member testify, and then Member Kanata.
Okay, and when I was mentioning 6254C, it's at the bottom of page 224 in the SVU response, where that is the reference to the medical information, isn't it?
Which page?
On page 224, at the bottom where it says SVU response : and then there's a section, and that's coming from Lieutenant Catherine Wayland. So, I mean, and my response to that would be that maybe that information could be redacted, but they do, the specific factual information in the response that Member Moss is asking for, an example of it would be the reference to Government Code 6254C.
And sorry, I know, and if I'm understanding that, the only point where I see that is in response to Chairman Wolf's questions, whereas on the actual disapproval form
I see.
is
Okay.
where they say 6254 squiggle, which everybody's telling me is an F.
Okay.
Member Canada. In the microphone, please.
Actually is sunshineable. I have a question, Sergeant. I'm looking at page 241 and 242. There's a police report approval form that's dated 2/8 to the SUV unit, naming the requester, Mr. Eklund, and with a disapproved on it, but it didn't get to Mr. Eklund until March 29th, 7 weeks. What was the 7-week delay about?
That is a good question, and I do not know the answer.
Sergeant, can I just ask, the way Sunshine Ordinance works is we follow the paper or the information trail. So the requester makes a request of somebody that he or she thinks or knows they have custody of, of that document or some information or what have you. And if that respondent, that person, that custodian of that record doesn't have the information, it's their responsibility, their obligation under the Sunshine Ordinance to find the person that does and help the requester get that information. So I'm a little, when you first started speaking, you were talking about people that didn't really follow through with what was going on here in the paperwork. So I'm a little concerned about why Officer Hilder isn't here, since he or she was the one that is actually named in the request. And if she handed it off to somebody else who is of authority that knows about the document and about its dispensation or where it is, its status, they should be here too. So I'm a little concerned that if you don't have enough knowledge about it, that maybe that's an issue that we need to deal with. So you need to kind of, because you kind of inferred that you may not know enough about, you haven't seen the document either. So you don't really know what its status is, right?
I'm sorry, which document are we referring to? The request itself, or are we referring?
No. What the requester was asking for. He's asking for the incident report.
The incident report.
Right.
That is correct. The incident report is not kept in the legal division, no. It is kept in the unit that is doing the investigation, and that would be Missing Persons SVU.
Okay.
In response to Officer Candy Hilder's appearance, she was here, and I did not realize that your expectation was that she be in appearance. I was given this assignment by Lieutenant Wallen, who is the officer in charge of legal.
Okay.
And we represent the department as far as the custodian of records, although we are not the unit that maintains those records. We facilitate all records requests through legal. I know that this particular request, however, went directly to our records management, and they do have their own protocols with regards to fulfilling those requests.
Is this a new department? I had heard that there was a new department or office that was created specifically for sunshine requests in the police department.
I am not aware of the new department. It's always all public records requests, with the exception of reports that may go directly to Crime Information Services Unit, which is our records management, comes through legal.
Okay.
When it gets directed to legal, whether it be email, whether it be fax, whether it be a letter, legal will then address it.
Okay.
This particular request went directly to Records Management CISU.
Okay. Would you say that they would have more information to provide for us? since they are actually have the document in hand?
Okay, if you're referring to the report again, they would have, I believe they would maintain a copy of that report, but they have no authorization to release that without prior approval from the investigative unit that's handling the investigation.
Okay.
They must first get approval from that unit.
Okay. And which unit is that for this particular case?
Missing persons, which is under the auspice of Special Victims Unit.
And does Lieutenant Walland oversee that?
Lieutenant Walland is our officer in charge of Risk Management Legal Division.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Members, do you see where I'm going with this? Okay, so we have had situations in the past where representatives are being sent, and here we've got somewhat of a layered representative. Somebody that's being, have been referred by somebody else, been referred by somebody else, been referred by somebody else. The question is whether this representative has the proper information to be able to, provide the kind of answers that we're looking for with regards to the requesters, the complainant's request. I'm going to leave it at that for a moment. So we have to go back to find out whether the document, the information itself, is actually protected. I know that under investigations, if they're actually in process, that until the matter has been closed and the district attorney signed off on it, then it can be released as public information. I haven't heard that here for this particular case. So I'm hearing that the investigative unit is the one that has to sign off on it first. So they're the ones with the document. So I'm a little, where should we go with this? Member Josh Wolf.
I mean, I'm a little confused that it isn't clear whether the investigation is still ongoing or not. It's none of our business why any of these records are being sought or what the outcome of the case is. But I do kind of wonder whether there's like a situation where someone may still be missing and this person's trying to determine whether they're still missing and can't even get a straight answer as to like, oh no, we found him, he's okay, or no, we found him, he's not okay, or we're still looking for him, or we gave up. And like, it's not our prerogative to probe into that, but it feels like that's where we're at, is like not being provided the information about whether the situation's been concluded or not. And while that may go somewhat beyond the actual scope of the records requested, there doesn't seem to have been the assistance of the police to help the person get the information that they're seeking. We have a whole listed out towards the bottom of what can't be disclosed, but none of that explicitly lines up with the case that we have. And so I'm a little concerned why the department's position is that the only thing that would be releasable is date, time, and location, when there's likely more in the report that's not listed under things that cannot be disclosed under the DGO 316.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So it sounds like, what is it, 6721? (6721C). Custodian of any public record when not in possession of the record requested shall assist the requester in directing a request to the proper office or staff person.
I mean, I think there's that violation. There's obviously there was apparently a violation of not responding to the initial inquiry and not responding in a timely fashion to the second correspondence. There's arguably a failure to provide the right representative to argue the case. There's a lot of different things we can pull from, but in many ways I think that lots of people are comfortable with a violation, but I'm more curious what we can do to ensure that after we find a violation that this complainant's concerns are met in some way, because we are potentially dealing with a situation that could be quite frustrating on a daily basis for the complainant.
Sure. Okay. So you're looking at 6721B. I'm pointing to C. The question is whether the actual information is protected at this point. And we don't have the proper person here to tell us, necessarily. So we can continue the case and request the investigative unit to appear. We can do that. You can do both. You can find a violation and continue the case and do the same thing. I mean, there's any number of ways that we can do this. If you're interested in getting to the right place for what the requester is seeking remedy for. Member Canada.
Have Mr. Eckno, could you come up? I have a question.
Sure.
Have you ever found out the status of this person?
Yes. On February 4th, an officer from the SFPD called me on my cell phone to inform me that they had located the client. However, that's just my word, because it's not from any cell phone number. It's an unknown call. I'm still not able to demonstrate that due diligence was followed.
Okay, but so this was a client of yours. Is this person still a client of yours after they were found, or have you not seen this person again?
I have not seen this person since.
So you got a phone call saying the person was found, and that was it?
Right. Is it all right if I add something?
Sure.
Pertinent? Any information that they may have regarding medication or medical records of any sort, they would have received from me. If they had bothered to inquire with me, I could have provided signed permission from the client that I was able to release said information in the case of an emergency.
Through the chair, you filed 2 requests for police reports. One, they date stamped February 8th. The other, they stamped as receiving on February 25th. They're on page 238 and 239 of the packet. There's a portion on their form that says, what is your interest in this case? On the first one, you stated, I reported this individual as missing, and on the second, you left that portion blank. Is there a reason why you didn't identify yourself as a caseworker for this person in the report?
Well, for the second one, I assumed that they had read the first one, so they already knew that I was the one who made this report. And for the first one, there isn't enough space for me to go into all the detail. If they had questions, they obviously had my cell phone number. They used it at least once.
Thank you.
Mr. Canada? No. Yeah, Member Moss.
So I'm also looking at section 6726, withholding kept to a minimum. And this talks about when a record is withheld from disclosure in its entirety. And that seems to be what the case is here, and they cited 6254F, but 6254F does have certain things that still need to be released. Now, you can, with 6254F, you can make the argument that the public interest of withholding is, more so than the public interest of disclosing. But, I mean, according to their own policies, they're actually supposed to make that sort of detailed, they must explain it in factual terms. And I don't see that that's actually been explained.
Well, if you look at 6727, that is the kind of the et sequitur part, because they have to provide justification.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, they could, as we started out this discussion, they could have provided him with a document that was completely redacted. He would have the document, and the information that would be protected would have been protected because it would have been redacted. Okay? Otherwise, under the section that they're citing, 60, what is it? I just had it here. 6254F. The question becomes, as the sergeant pointed out, that this information is protected under that umbrella, but we have no proof that that what kind of document is this? Are incident reports covered under that section of the law?
Well, so if that's what they're claiming, I mean, I would just point out that...
But the point is justification. That's why I keep asking that question, is bring me some evidence that shows this incident reports under the state law, federal law, local law are protected and cannot be released, that kind of thing. So I know all information that's under current investigation, as I keep saying, is protected until the case is closed and district attorney usually signs off on it. That's kind of how the law is read. DCA caller.
If you're looking for potential violations,
I don't think we're out looking for fishing for violations.
No, or the most appropriate ones is what I meant to say.
Okay.
You might want to focus on 6721B. It provides that responsive records must be furnished within 10 days, but it also states that if there's an adequate reason for withholding, that also needs to be disclosed within 10 days. And in this case, although they did assert an exemption under 6254F, they did so a month after the second request was made.
Okay.
So that might be the most appropriate place
okay.
to start looking.
All right, motion. I think we discussed, various sections of 6721. I think it's pretty clear there because they didn't respond in a timely manner. And at the same time, didn't necessarily help the requester to the proper person that has the information. So we have, function there. But as far as are they able to, are these documents releasable is the other question. So.
Have we given the opportunity for rebuttals yet?
No, we haven't. That's right. Member Josh Wolf.
I mean, you've spoken to when an investigation would be done would be at the point that the district attorney signs off, and I think was the language you used.
Yep.
But in this case, as far as the data before us, we don't have a criminal complaint at all. Like, a missing person is not the district attorney, if nothing criminal occurred and you just decided to go to Florida and didn't tell your loved ones and came back 7 months later, like, you didn't do anything criminal, presumably. And so the district attorney is never going to sign off on anything. I don't understand how a missing person could be an active investigation at the moment that you locate the individual. At the point that you locate the individual, this ceases to be an active investigation as far as I can tell. Now, perhaps other things pertaining to that investigation have triggered a new investigation that now needs to be protected. But once you find the person, dead, alive, or otherwise, you've completed they're no longer missing. It's done.
Well, unless there's any other complication involving them.
So,
like if they're a victim or perpetrator of any other situation. We don't know any of that information.
Right, so the sergeant did testify that this person was considered a victim and that SVU had gotten involved. So that does change the status. But the question is the initial information, all the information prior to SVU being involved.
Mm-hmm.
Sergeant, when you say the investigative unit, do you mean SVU?
SVU specifically missing.
Please, if you please come up to the microphones. It's got to be on the record. We can't hear you.
SVU specifically missing persons.
That's the investigative unit?
Yes, sir.
And was that the first unit that picked up the incident? I mean, Officer Hilder picked it up first.
No.
No?
I'm not sure what you mean about picking it up.
I mean,
when Mr. Enko
Yeah.
reported it to the police,
Yeah.
the police officer that took down the information prepared his incident report. That incident report's reviewed, then directed to the proper unit for investigation. Since it's a missing person, it goes to missing person. Missing persons under SVU.
Okay. So when the intake, let's call this officer the intake officer, the person who took the intake, do they create the incident report?
The person that met Mr. Enko is the primary officer. He's the one that prepared and authored the incident report.
Okay, great. And who is that person?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Who would know?
Oh, you know what? I'm sorry. Let me rephrase that, because included in here is a follow-up form that was provided to Mr. Enko, and it appears to be Officer Anderson, star 835.
Okay. Thank you. Oh, Member Canada.
Yeah, I just want to put out there that the information here that was asked for was the incident report of Mr. Eckno filing a missing persons report. Even if there were other incidents after that, that's not what he's asking for. He's
Right.
asking for the incident report of his missing persons report.
And that's why I was asking in this way. So yes, Member Joshua.
Was he asking for the outcome of the report, or essentially a copy of the report that actually came from him in the? I mean,
Let's ask Mr. Eckno.
But the way that Member Canada describes it, it's essentially like a receipt of his own filing. So I'm a little confused why that shouldn't just be.
Okay, we should ask Mr. Eckno, but the missing persons report was filed February 1st, and he put in the request February 8th.
And he didn't get a response till a month or so later.
So, Mr. Yeah.
Mr. Eckno?
So you put in the missing persons report on the 1st, and on the 8th you asked for the incident report. What were you looking for with that incident report? What information were you thinking you were going to get back?
The information that I had provided, that I was looking for a demonstration of contact that I had seen to the client's interest.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. So it seems like he did. It seems like he wanted a type of receipt to say the police have received this report and they're acting on it.
Okay. So let me offer you this. We have 6721, like A, B, and C going here. And just a moment, Sergeant. And I think what we can do is refer this to Compliance and Amendments Committee with a request that Officer Anderson, Shield 835, attend and explain or bring the incident report that Mr. Eckno is looking for. He's looking for it sounds like he's looking for the very first stage. He's not looking for what happened after. He's not, trying to investigate this himself. He's just looking for the first stage. Hold on, Member John. Go ahead.
Well, it just seems like as the caseworker, he needs to be able to show that he is following up with his clients, and if he finds out one is missing, that he has filed a report and needs that kind of documentation to support that he's doing his job.
Exactly. Member Josh Wolf, then Member Eldon.
I'm like the protocol you just explained all sounds fine except for two things. One, if all he's looking is for verification that he's doing his due diligence as a caregiver for this person, this shouldn't be being dealt with in August after it happened in February, and that's really frightening to me. Secondly, like, we all are well aware that there's a lot of debatable circumstances under debate within the police department and records that have any investigative component whatsoever. And I'm worried about addressing this on a single case basis and trying to identify this one officer so much as dealing with what is a systemic problem and finding a systemic solution.
Fair enough. Member Eldon.
I'm just having trouble because it's August. This has started months and months ago. We can't know if there's any urgency or not, but there may be, and at least for what he's looking for. And this today we're supposed to be working on this, and we couldn't talk to someone who had the right answers. And now this is going to go into another committee, and who knows how long that's going to take. It's just it just seems like we're looking at least one or two violations here. Do we have to send it to another committee and go through another month of delays to get to the bottom of anything?
Well, it's generally the way I've experienced this body when trying to kind of get closure on a case. You can't get closure on the case the way it's sitting right now. There is no closure. All you have is the violations, okay? And because there's no closure, I think it's incumbent upon us to be able to help get the public the information, or at least why is this information not being held? We have not necessarily heard, except for this one section around protecting the information, why the information couldn't be released. And I think we need to hear that from the horse's mouth. And we're hearing it from the department, from a section of the department, but it seems somewhat satellite to me. I don't feel like I'm on Earth with it. And so I'm very curious and concerned that anybody else, like you're saying, whatever is systemic or cultural in these departments, for ongoing, to allow it to happen like that.
Well, so what I'm getting at is, if we know there are some violations right now, and we know there's a lot more to find out, is it best to delay any sort of finding on violations until later, or do we want to find some now and then go?
No, the violations that are here. We know what they are, okay, at least for what's in front of us. And my suggestion about referring it to compliance and amendments will further help bring closure to the case. I mean, that's our job. Okay. So, and that's the purpose of compliance and amendments. We want the department to comply with the law, and that's what we're here to try to help do. Okay. All right. So my suggestion is for finding a violation of 6721A, B, and C, and to refer it to compliance and amendments with a request to Officer Anderson, Shield 835. That's correct, Sergeant? 835? Okay, thank you. Who was the officer who took the intake of Mr. Ekno and started, he's at the beginning of this paper trail. And then have compliance and amendments report back to the task force in September. Yeah.
I'm completely in favor of that motion. However, is there anything else we can do, whether it's like some sort of study session with the police department, with this body, or even compliance and amendments separate from this actual incident, to deal with the larger body of issues that this has started to touch upon?
We could. It may be actually appropriate for your committee, for EOT, to look into that, because it could provide some insight as to how public documents need to be handled. I mean, so the sergeant touched on information around HIPAA. When you start hitting HIPAA, then we're really in the weeds, and we're really having to do a lot of work. We've been there before with Jason Grant Garza. It was a very difficult case. And we did find that HIPAA allows a person to have their own information. It can't be withheld, and all information in the city is public information, unless otherwise proven not to be. So, we would end up in a whole nother body of document or record disclosure, information disclosure. So yes, I think it's appropriate. I think if there's a rabbit hole to go, I'm not saying it's a dark rabbit hole, I'm just saying if there's a way to go through it and find out, I would say let's go for it. And I would be happy if you took that on in your committee.
Sure, I'm not convinced that it isn't something that should be addressed by the full task force, but if we want to start it in the EOTC, I can start the ball rolling in there. We can see where it rolls.
Okay, that's good. All right. So, do we have a motion? I suggested a motion. I encourage you folks to make the motions. I'll make suggestions. If not, I'll make the motion.
Well, I just wanted to add a couple more things,
Sure.
just to make sure I know where we are on this. So I do think that this larger issue needs to be dealt with. As I've been sitting here looking at their general order still, I know it was written after the 1993 Sunshine Ordinance. It still is older than many amendments that have been made to the California Public Records Act, as well as the Sunshine Ordinance. This needs to be fixed because I don't think the things they reference actually exist that they're referencing to anymore. But there seem to be a lot of things in here that they require of themselves that didn't come out in this case. And I do like the three things that you mentioned before. I wish we had more information so we could go a little bit stronger, because I think there should have been something that was releasable, but we don't seem to have somebody who can argue the police department's position on this.
Right.
So I do hope that this comes up, and this is not the end of this here.
All right, so I'll move it. So I move to find the...
Did we hear their rebuttals?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Got way off. Okay, Sergeant, you have 3 minutes for a rebuttal. So if you have any other information that you might want to provide us in light of what our discussion and how this hearing has been going.
I forget. I believe it was the board member, Canada?
Yes.
Who mentioned something about a receipt for Mr. Enko with regards to his initial report, and that follow-up form that was included in the documents that were provided. That, in essence, is acknowledging receipt of the report that Mr. Enko is providing the officers. So I was unclear as to what Mr. Kanata was saying with regards to a receipt. And we kind of got distracted. You mentioned the DA's office with regards to this, and I don't think that much applies as the site section that that was indicated on the response back by the lieutenant, as far as it lists everything, right? But I think the focus for Officer Hilder, when she received the request at Missing Persons Special Victims, she mentions the basic of privacy, personal privacy, as well as the 6254C, the medical information.
Okay.
And you're right, I can't answer as to the cause of the delay. That would be perhaps better answered by the unit that first received Mr. Inco's request for a copy of the report, and I do not work in that unit.
Okay.
That's it.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
And this is for
Thank you.
you, sir. Thank you very much.
Mr. Enko, you have 3 minutes for rebuttal.
I can say that I appreciate the officer letting me know some information about their objection, because this is the absolute first time that they've given me anything like that. And I just want to say that if there's something they felt needed to be redacted, I mean, the proof's right there on the first denial, so if they have a Sharpie, they have the resources to take care of this and to do that. So, thank you.
All right, so I'll make the motion to find a violation. Let's see, who are we making a violation to? This complaint was against Officer Candy Hilder. Okay. So I move to find a violation of
Earlier you said 67.2.
No. Who are we finding in violation? See, that's an issue here. I mean, you could find a violation of an agency, but then, who do you really point to except the person who runs the agency? Yeah, right. So I think I'm good. The request and the complaint is made against Officer Candy Hilder. The Officer Candy Hilder's not here to answer any questions. So I think the onus has got to be on her. So I'll find a violation of San Francisco Police Department Officer Candy Hilder, a violation of 6721 A, B, and C, and this case be referred to compliance and amendments with a request for both Officer Anderson, I don't know his first name, badge number 835, and Officer Candy Hilder to appear to explain the paper trail, where this document is, and why and why Mr. Eckno cannot have it.
Is Officer Holder the something of records? Thank you. That's the word that was
custodian?
not. Yeah, for the police department.
No, I believe the way the sergeant presented it was Officer Anderson then submitted it to. No.
Officer Hilder denied the request.
Oh, Officer.
Page 241.
Okay.
So it seems to me that it should go both to Officer Hilden and whoever serves as the custodian of records for the police department, because one is an individual that's acting as an individual, and the other is the person who's acting on behalf of the department and custodian of records.
So would that be Lieutenant Holland, the commander? She manages the records department, right? No. Okay. Hold on a second. Can you turn her microphone on, please? Fiona's. Go ahead, Fiona.
I think it's Lieutenant Wallen, is it?
Walland.
Who does the at least the police legal.
Oh, the legal department. Got it.
He's been the one in the past who's come, but I don't know.
Okay.
Okay.
So she's been here before?
Yeah.
Okay. So it sounds like Lieutenant Walland, right?
W.
Lieutenant Walland is the one that cited the legal code, the law that says that the information cannot be released.
Lieutenant Walland is our custodian of records for legal.
But who makes the decision?
The information was provided to legal. Lieutenant Walland is the one that represents legal, who is the custodian of records for the police department.
Who makes the decision?
As far as
That why this information cannot be released?
the investigative unit.
And who's in the investigative unit? Do we have a name? Is there a person that's
The captain of investigations? That's who commands Special Victims Unit.
okay? But you don't know which investigative unit is actually handling this case, or who makes the decision on behalf of the investigative unit not to release the information.
The investigative unit is missing persons, special victims. There are supervisors that are in charge of that unit, who Officer Hilder's immediate supervisor is, I do not know. There are
Okay.
several lieutenants in that unit.
But Officer Hilder's in that department?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
She is
perfect.
assigned to that department,
Perfect, yes. DCA caller.
Page 241 of the packet is the denial that is a boilerplate form. The box is marked disapproved, and then written in Sharpie it says per Cal Gov Code 6254 F, and a stamp under the section that says approval officer says Officer Candy Hilder with her badge number and Special Victims Unit.
Okay, so that will be it. It'll be Officer Candy Hilder. We need her to show up. And not the Officer Anderson. Officer Anderson just merely handed it off after he took the intake. But probably he would not have the incident report. Is that correct, Sergeant? Officer Anderson being the first person in the chain, he would not create the incident report, or he would?
He's the one that authored the report.
Okay, so then we need both of them. Okay. We need the person who actually wrote the report, who has the information, and we need the person who's saying that it can't be released. Yes.
And I still think we need someone from the legal department who's the one that's sort of advising, because on this one-off situation, but the legal department is...
Got it. Okay. Sergeant, can you come up to the microphone, please? Do you know who in the legal department would handle or speak to this?
Lieutenant Catherine Wallen is
okay.
our officer in charge of legal.
Perfect. So those three.
She was in here a lot.
Okay, cool. So you got that? All three?
We are requesting that Officer Hilden, Officer Anderson, and Lieutenant Whalen appear at the next meeting to explain why the requested documents cannot be provided.
Correct. Okay. So that's my motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Hinsey. Okay, public comment.
Members of the task force, Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government. DCA Cola's pointed out most of what I wanted to address. On page 238, it clearly is a request for police report. It is stamped, time-stamped, received February the 8th. And if you go to page 241, you see the denial, and there are three blocks. It says approved, redacted, approved, no redaction needed, or disapproved. And it is dated 2/8. So basically, they got it, the responsive unit got it the same day it was received by the police department. And then if you go to the next page, 242, you see their response March 29th, which says disapproved and nothing else. So they did not meet the requirements of the law by saying what section in their response they were using to justify not releasing anything. And I think it's a very reasonable question. If you look at page 235, Mr. Ekno's question, it says, this public record pertains to a missing persons report that I filed. I was personally contacted by the investigating officers when the missing person was located. I cannot see how the California Government Code should be interpreted to mean that a person who files a report has no access to said report. Basically, you can't say, I'm not going to give you a copy of the information that you gave us. That makes no sense at all. I had an accident on Van Ness. I was hit by a car. And long story short, it took me a year to get a copy of the police report, which was one of the best things I have ever read as far as accuracy. From the beginning to end, it was 100% accurate until it got to the end where it said, probably an incident of road rage caused by Mr. Hartz. So I could understand why they wanted to withhold it. But in this case, they received it. It was processed on a timely basis by the appropriate unit. It says right there, it says SUV MP, but I assume that means Special Victims Unit's Missing Person. It's signed by Officer Hilder, and it's just simply marked disapproved with the California Code. Now, if they had even put down the California Code on the response on page 242, maybe they could argue, well, we did cite the appropriate law, although we didn't do it correctly. But very clearly they did not respond. And again, we're not allowed, and they're not allowed, nobody's allowed to ask why Mr. Ekno wants the record, but I think it's a fair assumption to assume that if I'm somebody who is responsible for another person's care, my professional reputation needs to I need to be able to show that I did what was necessary when the person went missing.
Any other public comment?
Peter Warfield, Library Users Association. We're not connected to this case and are not particularly familiar with it. What I do want to say is I appreciate the effort you've put into this and the time, the questions that all of you have been asking and the digging that you've done. I would support the motion and the action you're taking. And I would like to say something that's been a concern of mine for some time, and that is allowing so-called knowledgeable persons to come is almost a guarantee of frustration and enabling, in some cases, agencies to get away with not letting you know what's going on. And part of your job is, as you've heard from one of your members at least, to look into the issues and the systemic issues. And what you need is firsthand evidence. What you need at these meetings is to insist that the person who took the action that's being complained about should show up as a minimum. It's fine if additional people who are knowledgeable about how policies and procedures were created and carried out, how education was carried out. All of those things might be relevant for your larger understanding and for making the larger recommendations that you're entitled to and that you're supposed to do. But in terms of understanding what's going on with a particular case, in terms of your larger understanding, the first place to start is with a primary source, and that's the person or persons who had direct contact with the complainant and did the things that are being complained about. And I think that's something that you need to look at in the future as something that should be insisted on for every complaint. So I'm glad you're thinking about these things, looking at these things. It looks like you're building into your process here that there's a future requirement for them to show. I think that's all in a good direction and support the motion. Thank you.
There are no additional members of the public in the room.
Hold on a second. There's another section that actually came to mind. I just want to make sure that I got it included here. Maybe you can help me, DC Acola. I'm looking for the section that requires when requested by the Sunshine Task Force that they send. Yeah.
6729. I can't remember which subdivision.
All right, hold on. $729. Oh, dash 5. Like sources of outside funding.
I thought it was 6722.
I thought so too. Oh, maybe you're right. I think you're right. Every person shall designate a designated person or persons knowledgeable about the affairs of the department to provide information. Public department. Yeah, but that's for providing services to the public. There is another section. Jeez, I can't remember where it is. I thought it was under 6721.
E.
E. Authorized representative custodian of public records shall attend any hearing and explain basis for a decision withholding records request. All right, well, I can't, yeah, I mean, let's add that in. I'll amend my motion. Will the second agree?
Second.
Yes.
6721E or is that the right one? Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah, E. Add E.
Motion has been revised to find a violation of 67.21A, B, C, and E.
Correct. And the other parts.
E.
Okay. Can you repeat the motion, please?
The motion is to find a violation of Sunshine Ordinance Section 67.21A, B, C, and E regarding the delay in providing a response, not providing a reason for withholding the records, and for failure to send a representative who can speak to the matter.
No, we named 3 people.
Oh, the named people
And
would
it'd be referred to compliance and amendments.
Lieutenant Whalen, Officer Anderson, and Officer Hilder.
Right.
And the matter will be referred to the Compliance and Amendments Committee with instructions to appear to explain why the documents cannot be provided.
And or provide them.
And or provide them.
Yeah, compliance. Okay. Finally got to the end of that one. Ready for a vote?
Public comment on the changed?
Sure.
Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government. This is a suggestion that I would like to make to you that I made to EOT regarding a matter, and it basically was that you add a paragraph at the end saying a failure to send a knowledgeable representative to the meeting may result in a further finding of violation of the ordinance and a possible violation of 6734 for willful violation of the ordinance. And the reason I suggest that is because it gives a little bit of an incentive to someone if they're thinking about, should I go or shouldn't I go? If you say to them, number one, if you don't send somebody who can talk to us, then we may find that this is a willful violation because you just decided not to cooperate with the investigation. And I think it gives them a little bit of an impetus to make that extra effort and get somebody to actually come. And it's not a threat. What it is, it's providing due process. One of the things ethics has done on a number of occasions is dismiss complaints because you included a violation where they had not been noticed of the violation. And basically what happens is if you add this extra paragraph, it sends it to them and they can't say they weren't notified that we could find an additional violation if you don't show up, including a willful.
Thank you.
And I would just second what the previous speaker said. It does give a motive, it does give a consequence if it's not done as you request, and that's a good thing. And a way to get the right people that I discussed a little bit earlier here to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no more public comment, let's move to a vote.
On that motion, Member Eldon.
Aye.
Eldon, aye. Member Josh Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Cropper absent. Member Tesfa.
Aye.
Tesfa, aye. Member Moss.
Aye.
Moss, aye. Member Kanata.
Aye.
Kanata, aye. Member Fisher.
Aye.
Fisher, aye. Member Hinsey.
Aye.
Hinsey, aye. Highland absent. Chair Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. The motion passes.
Okay, thank you. Next item.
Next on the agenda is item number 14. Administrative support, complaints, and communications. I have provided in my report a hearing schedule. However, please note that the schedule for EOTC and the Complaints Committee are no longer valid in this report, and I will provide an email to all the members to provide updated meeting information, date, and time. Under item number 2, I have listed the number of complaints filed in the last month. If you have any questions regarding these new submissions, please let me know. There are a few that were withdrawn for various reasons after receipt. Item number 4, we currently have 33 pending complaints. This is a slight drop from the previous month. Item number 5, pending complaints referred to the committees. There are a list of items that have been referred to committee and are pending their action. And
Go on.
Item number 6, there is a communication from Mr. Warfield in the packet regarding procedures dated 7/25/2016 for your review.
For the pending complaints, I'd like to try and get the oldest ones out of the way first. We can get those scheduled.
Could you repeat that, please?
I'd like to get the oldest ones scheduled first.
It is my policy to go with the oldest ones first.
Great. Okay. Because if anybody's leaving office, it'd be a little, if it got extended out to the end of the year. Okay, great. All right. Any questions, members? Public comment on the administrator's report? Seeing none. Last item. Announcements, comments, questions, anything you want to say? Oh, yes, Member Muss.
Hey, I just wanted to reiterate something from last meeting. I would love to have someone from Open Data SF or from Data SF come talk about the data inventory that is the part of the new California Public Records. I sent along some information about that. The site they have set up that has the data catalog is kind of cool because there's a lot of information, but if you drill down individually to the types of information that's required for agencies to put, it is lacking quite a bit. And so I would love to hear from someone from Data SF about what the guidelines are for complying with this section of the Public Records Act.
Can we schedule it for September?
That's fine with me.
Okay.
I have a sort of additional point. So, like what we were talking about with the relational database tables and how that can like make or break a request earlier. I mean, I think we're on the same page here for like this is where the world's going, and like I have talked to Data SF for my day job, and they've told me sort of not within this context, sort of what they're working with. I guess I'm more wondering, and this is not the time and place necessarily, but is there like, I think it's a big project to figure out what we can do to help the city make all of their public information actually more publicly accessible. And I don't know if that's something we want to assign to one of the committees or create a new committee or do something else, but it's like, I think it's going to like, we just got to get focused on that as soon as we can.
So in the past, when I was kind of the tech guru for the task force way back when, and we created a little tech committee of 2 or 3 members that were really interested. We would go to the committee on IT all the time, really see how it's the only place you get to see all the department heads in one room, and they don't all agree when it comes to how their data gets managed. Some of them are very protective. Some of them don't want to give up, what they spent in budget for servers and whatnot to have things centralized, things like that. So that brings up questions as what are you protecting, that kind of thing. But there's also, when they went through to the new system, to the Microsoft SharePoint system, it's very easy to take something and make it live, on a website. And one of the things that I've been looking at is there's a whole section in the ordinance about the supervisor of records, which is usually somebody assigned at the city attorney's office or the city administrator, to make sure that every department has kind of an index of what's supposed to be publicly available. And very few websites, they have it on there, but very few of them are well populated. And that's something that needs to be studied because it would cause probably a whole lot less complaints, even though compared to all the sunshine requests there are in the city, we are just hearing a fraction that come as complaints if you compare it to how many requests. And there was a study that was done on that by Supervisor Wiener. But not for purposes of bringing good light to sunshine per se. It was a very interesting piece of study how it was presented. But be it as it may, I think that's something that we could work on. And we could think about it. But you think about your time and think about the effort, and see if we could put something together. If you want to, kind of pull it into EOT and have some other members come in and help with that, I think that's a really good idea. I want to just say, thank you all. I mean, it was kind of a drawn-out meeting tonight, but I think we did some, really good work and try to drill down into some really difficult issues. I'm trying to keep all hearings somewhere between 30 and 40 minutes. So, and I've been timing them, and seeing. So one of the things I'm going to do in the future is if we're approaching 30 minutes and we're like going on and on like we did with this last one, it's like there's some point we're just going to have to stop because other people are waiting also. And that just means that we don't have enough information. Like this one, it's like we're left with no bottom. So move it to another committee or we continue it here at and just and do what we can to make it happen. So I'm really really going to try to keep that. So, and if we can actually make it shorter, then we should make it shorter, and it makes it less cumbersome for complainants and respondents and members of the public that are here. So, thank you all.
And then this newspaper that's around, West Side Observer, there's
Yep.
an article on page 6 about sunshine. I haven't read it, but my neighbor puts out the publication, so I wanted to distribute it.
Right. And he was here tonight for a short bit. Doug Comstock, who's a former chair of this task force.
Quick comment for admin report and the last item we just heard. We didn't take public comment on the admin report?
Yes, we did.
We did?
Yeah, there was no...
okay.
And so if there's any public comment on what we just spoke about? No? Okay, great. So move to adjourn?
Move. So moved.
Who's going to second it?
Second.
Second by Eldon. We are adjourned. We are adjourned.